delegates and guests, please take your seats.
Check 1, 2.
delegates and guests, please take your seats. Please welcome Executive Director of the Democratic National Convention Committee, Alex Hornbrook, and Co-Chair of the Democratic National Convention, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Convention Chair Maren Morris, it is my honor to pass the gavel to Co-Chair Senator Cory Booker.
All right, the third session of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order. Let's party with a purpose.
Please welcome Priest Sri Rakesh Bhatt and Bishop Leah Daughtry.
Om samani va aku otis samana hridaya nivaha samana vastu vo mano yata avassu sahasati. We should be in unison. Let our minds think together. Let our hearts beat as one, all for the betterment of society. May this make us powerful so we can unite and make our nation proud. Paraspara vivadetu vayam panchashatanchate anyai saha vivadetu vayam panchottaram shatam. Even if we have differences, when it comes to the nation, we have to be united, and it moves us towards justice for all. We are one universal family. Vayam sarvepi vasudeva kutumbakaha. Satyameva jayate sarvadahi. Asotoma sadgamaya. Tamasoma jyotirgamaya. Mrutyorma astamgamaya. Truth is our foundation and always prevails. Lead us from unreal to real, from darkness to the light, and from death to immortality. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
In the book of Isaiah 58 and 12, some of you will rebuild the ancient ruins. You will restore the foundations laid long ago. You shall be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of streets in which to dwell. Let us pray. O God, creator of heaven and earth, lover of peace, freedom, and justice, we thank you for this privilege and this opportunity to gather today for the important work of visioning our nation's future. We gather at a critical time in our nation when we are at the crossroads of hopelessness and hopefulness, when the forces of good and evil so plainly battle for the hearts and minds of our people, when right is called wrong and wrong is called right, when up is called down and down is called up, when fake is called fact and fact is called fake, when it seems truth forever on the scaffold and wrong forever on the throne. And yet, even in the midst of this chaos and confusion, we see now a light on the horizon, and we are grateful. Grateful for hope, grateful for purpose, grateful for direction. You have called us to this moment, to march together toward the light, to join together with one voice in one fight, to move our nation away from division and despair and forward toward its highest ideals. As we gather today, seeking to fulfill the responsibility of faithful citizenship, we ask for divine guidance to help us remember our calling, to serve the least, the last, and the lost, the left out, the locked out, and the left behind, to be their voice, to be their hope, to be their strength, to be their light, to fight for them with courage and compassion, for them and for ourselves, for the work that must be done, for the bridges that must be built, for the walls that must be destroyed, for the children who must be saved, for the doors that must be opened, for the sick who must be healed, and for the last who must be first. We ask for strength for the journey, clarity of thought, sharpness of vision, singleness of purpose, and the courage of our convictions to make the promise of America the practice of America. And may we build the old waste places. May we raise up the foundations of our future so that in generations to come, we shall be called the repairers of the breach and the restorers of streets in which to dwell. Because we ask it in your name, we declare that it is so. And all of God's children say, amen.
Please welcome Moreland Arts and Health Sciences Magnet School 3rd and 4th graders to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome 2019 Minnesota Teacher of the Year, Jess Davis, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's light? stars gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison and the officers of the Democratic National Committee.
Hello, hello. So my friends, for the past 3.5 years, I'm fortunate to have worked with some amazing Democrats to strengthen and rebuild this Democratic Party. Please welcome to the stage several of our DNC officers. Vice Chair, President of the ASDC, and Chair of the Minnesota DFL, Ken Martin. Vice Chair and former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Vice Chair Henry Munoz. Treasurer Virginia McGregor. And you all know him from last night, the famous roll call star, our Secretary, Jason Ray. Fellow delegates, we now ask that you approve 3 honorary resolutions conveying our appreciation for those in Chicago who have set the stage for this convention's success. Our first resolution thanks the great city of Chicago, its mayor, governor, host committee, and residents for their unwavering dedication to organizing this historic convention. Our second resolution thanks the first responders who are working to protect every citizen and visitor of the Windy City. Our third and final resolution thanks the federal delegation of Illinois, its 14 U.S. representatives, and Senators Durbin and Duckworth for their continual support of the convention. We move that the convention approve these honorary resolutions. Delegates, you have heard the motion to approve these honorary resolutions. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is passed.
All right, y'all, welcome to night 3. And tonight is about freedom. But first, I want to acknowledge a loss today. A man who always fought for freedom. Today, we lost Congressman Bill Pascrell, who passed away early this morning. Now, he's a Jersey legend. He is a powerful pugilist, a prince of Paterson. He served in our state assembly. He served as our mayor, and for 27 years, he served in Congress. He never forgot where he came from in Paterson, and he never stopped fighting. He could push some pachyderms. He fought for the people. And so today, while we're heartbroken, we all are a people who can hold loss and joy in our hearts, because we are sad for his loss, but we celebrate his life. Let's give him a round of applause. And now, some of the greatest heroes, some of the greatest warriors, some of the greatest champions for fighting for reproductive freedom. I welcome them to the stage.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
In America, women's reproductive rights are in jeopardy. Former President Trump has a record of restricting abortion access and putting women's lives at risk.
The government should not have a say on if a woman can choose to have an abortion.
As a woman who has personally experienced the life-saving benefits of abortion, I know firsthand how important it is.
I want to make sure that access to contraception is not only available, but expanded, and that every person has the right to choose when, where, how, and if they want to start a family.
To limit everywhere, it's your body. Don't put someone in office who only wants to control it.
This election is about our health care, our rights, and our lives. Let's stand together and vote for a better future.
My body, my right. Please vote for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome President of Reproductive Freedom for All, Minnie Timaraju.
When abortion is on the ballot, we win. In California, Kansas, Kentucky, Michigan, Montana, Ohio, and Vermont. Voters sent a message. You come for our rights, we're gonna come roaring back. And it seems like every day another state gets added to the list. So let's hear it for Arizona, and Montana. The latest states to announce that the people will get to have their say this November. Because voters who support reproductive freedom, we're not the minority, we're the majority. And if there are two people who should understand that Americans' private lives are none of anybody's business, is Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Instead, Trump brags about overturning Roe v. Wade. And if you want to know what he's going to do in office, Google Project 2025. Kamala Harris has her own project for 2025, restoring reproductive freedom. It's simple. Do we want a president who said women should be punished for having abortions, or a president who trusts women? A vice president who voted against protecting fertility treatment, or a vice president who used fertility treatment to start a family? A president who created the crisis we're in, or a president who will fix it? This election will decide America's future. So let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you.
Please welcome President and CEO of Planned Parenthood, Alexis McGill Johnson.
Last summer, a Planned Parenthood patient in Georgia realized that she was pregnant and didn't want to be. But Georgia bans abortion after 6 weeks. So she drove to South Carolina, but arrived the day that their 6-week ban went into effect. She went back home and then went to Florida. But she arrived just days when she was too late under their ban. She had to fly all the way to California to get an abortion. Now remember, each time she had to get the money up, she had to miss work, she had to find childcare. Now imagine if this was an emergency situation. In Texas, doctors who have feared going to jail have sent patients to wait in hospital parking lots rather than provide the emergency care they need. And in Idaho, they have airlifted patients to other states. We cannot call ourselves a free nation when women are not free. More than 1 in 3 women and nearly half of all Black women live in banned states. Donald Trump wants women to be less free and pregnancy to be more dangerous. But I'm here to tell you, in no way are Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance more qualified than doctors and women to make these decisions. We decide. We trust women. We trust doctors. And we trust Kamala Harris. Our future is on the ballot. Our bodies are on the ballot. And come November 5th, we will decide this election.
Donald Trump said he wants to punish women. And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s, even before women had a right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back.
Please welcome former president of Planned Parenthood, Cecile Richards.
Last few weeks have been a celebration of women, from cheering on Team USA to supporting Kamala Harris for president. As my mother, Governor Ann Richards, would say, I hear America singing. When women are free to make their own decisions about their lives and to follow our dreams, we are unstoppable. But when Roe versus Wade was overturned, a generation of young people lost that freedom. Like Ashley, a 12-year-old rape survivor in Mississippi. Because of her state's abortion ban, she started 7th grade with a newborn. That's the Republican promise of states' rights. Last year, I became a grandmother. And during my daughter's pregnancy, nothing mattered more to me than her health. Politics should never stand in the way of anyone's health care or prevent any family from experiencing the joy my grandson, Teddy, has brought to my life. One day, our children and grandchildren may ask us, when it was all on the line, what did you do? And the only acceptable answer is, everything we could. This is our time. This is our time. So let's go elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Don't know why, but I feel like
We were so lucky. We got to be the first couple married in California, in San Francisco, City Hall, no less. So we arrived at City Hall and were so thrilled to find out that Attorney General Harris wanted to come and officiate our wedding. She not only walked across, but she ran across the lawn to join us just in time to be married. And she brought such joy to the space and to us, and has ever since, because Attorney General Harris, now Vice President Harris, soon to be President Harris, believes in all families, and she believes in our family. We were so happy last year to get to join Vice President Harris at the White House for the Equality Act signing, and she invited our entire family, and it was a very joyful occasion because Kamala believes in family, and we can't wait to meet Madam President next time.
Please welcome President of the Human Rights Campaign, Kelly Robinson.
The story of America is a story of progress towards freedom. In just a few generations, my family went from being enslaved in Mississippi to being the first free black family in Muscatine, Iowa, to now preparing to elect President Kamala Harris. Progress is happening, my friends. The 20+ million LGBTQ+ Americans are living proof of it. We are your friends and your neighbors, your classmates and your family. Like Daniel, a trans kid in Tucson who's going to his very first prom. Like Eric from San Antonio, who sacrificed in combat and then came home to battle Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Like Sandy and Chris, the first same-sex couple to get legally married in California 11 years ago, in a ceremony officiated by Kamala Harris. Donald Trump wants to erase us. He would ban our health care, belittle our marriages, bury our stories, but we're not going anywhere. We are not going back. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they are champions for LGBTQ+ freedom, y'all. So tonight, we're fighting for lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, and trans freedom without exception. We're fighting for equality for all without exception. We're fighting for joy. Somebody say joy. Somebody say joy. Without exception. And when we fight,
Please welcome President of Emily's List, Jessica Mackler.
Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. The theme is a fight for our freedoms, and speakers will talk about reproductive rights. They'll reflect on the horrific January 6th Capitol attack. They'll focus on immigration and border security. We'll see performances tonight by the likes of Stevie Wonder and John Legend, also poet Amanda Gorman. Politicians speaking include former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and former President Bill Clinton will address a convention for the 12th time. Well, it all leads tonight to a speech by Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, that's a Democrats' nominee for vice president. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, coming to you from the United Center in Chicago. I'm joined tonight by senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin and editorial writer and columnist James Hohmann. What do they want to communicate tonight, Rhonda, with the speakers and the themes?
Well, the official theme is fighting for the rights and freedom. I think what we're going to hear is a lot about reproductive rights, access to abortions. That's something that Democrats feel is a strong issue for them. I just checked some recent polling, and it still looks like a lot of voters care 2 years after the Dobbs decision about reproductive rights. We've already heard some of the opening speakers talk on that. And I've also been noticing throughout the week that when reproductive rights is an issue mentioned by some of the speakers, it really animates this crowd. So that, again, is a live issue for the Democratic Party. But we're also going to hear about the border, a little bit about that issue. And that is an area seen as a vulnerability for Democrats, and one particularly for Harris, because that was a part of her portfolio as vice president. So I think, again, it's another jam-packed night of programming, but those are some of the themes that we might be hearing.
Yeah, you know, James, Harris was given the task of trying to sort out the root causes of migration, which is such a thorny political issue. Republicans have dubbed her, because of that, the border czar, which was not her charge. I mean, she wasn't the Homeland Security Secretary or the Secretary of State. Why are they talking about the border tonight, and how are they going to talk about immigration in some more nuanced and optimistic ways?
Immigration is still their weakest issue. Polls show that Americans don't trust Democrats or Kamala Harris on the border, and they feel like they have a good story to tell in that bipartisan deal that fell apart. Remember, that was going to have tons of funding in exchange for various reforms. Trump called Mike Johnson and various Republican senators and said, I want the issue, don't solve the problem. And they're going to hammer that really hard. So they're going to say we're taking the problem seriously, but they're also going to talk about, I think we'll hear reminders of family separation that happened during the Trump years, the Dreamers, who have been sort of sitting out there. Overwhelmingly, people want to give legal status to these kids who were brought here through no choice of their own. That's an issue where there's divergence with Republicans. So I think they're going to try to straddle the balance between having some immigration hardliners who are presenting Harris as tough, and some, border state Democrats who are saying she's also humane. And we also will talk a lot tonight about January 6th, something that Joe Biden really built his whole rationale for running for a second term around. We heard him talk a lot on Monday about democracy. Kamala Harris has de-emphasized those themes, but it is still something that I think reminds a lot of those, not just the base, but the college-educated suburban voters who were so important to Biden's victory in 2020 and Democrats outperforming expectations in 2022, to remind them of, as Obama put it last night, the former president, the sequel usually isn't as good as the original, and a second Trump term would be, as Obama put it, dangerous.
JM Rieger is with us in Washington, senior video journalist. JM, there's so much feeling of momentum and energy here in the United Center. A caveat, of course, we felt a lot of energy and momentum back in Milwaukee a month ago when Republicans were having their convention. Talk to us about the feeling of energy and the feeling of being on a winning team versus what the polls are showing us. How is Kamala Harris doing with American voters?
I mean, it's a great point, Libby, because as much as we talk about the energy, the unity that it feels like is coming through in this convention among Democrats so far, the real question is not what's in that arena per se, but how are Democrats writ large feeling about this, given that the Harris-Walz campaign are increasingly thinking this is going to be a base election, a turnout election, and that's also the way the Trump campaign is thinking about this election. Satisfaction among Democratic voters with their pick atop the ticket has tripled month over month. Biden had about 1 in 5 Democrats who were, quote unquote, satisfied with a Biden-Trump matchup, their choice of Biden and Trump. That's now jumped to 60% in the most recent Washington Post poll with Harris v. Trump in November. That's quite a shift. And for how static this race has been, the fact that Harris has been able to pick up some support broadly nationally, and that Trump has trickled back down a little bit into that mid to upper 40% range in national polling, is significant. We expect that Harris is going to need, some modeling says she's going to need to pick up at least a point or two more potentially to, if she were to run it back with Biden's 2020 coalition, to be able to win that back, win those states back in 2020. But we have seen that enthusiasm shifting. Harris has been picking up support among women voters, among voters of color, and that's a key part likely of her coalition here in 2024.
Well, our colleague Rich Matthews is here at the United Center. Rich, tell us more about the speakers we will hear from tonight.
Well, I want to talk about that theme first, a fight for our freedoms. That fight includes civil rights, LGBTQ rights, and as Rhonda mentioned a moment ago, women's reproductive rights. We've already heard from Kelly Robinson, president of the Human Rights Campaign, and Cecile Richards, former president of Planned Parenthood. I mentioned her specifically because, of course, her mother, Ann Richards, was the last Democratic governor of Texas, and I mean, it's been Republican held ever since then. And Richards famously had one of the all-time great convention zingers when talking about George W. Bush. She said, "Poor, poor George. He was born with a silver foot in his mouth." And, that was, again, just one of the all-time well-known lines here. Politically, we have already heard from Cory Booker. We have House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and, of course, former President Bill Clinton. Nancy Pelosi, obviously so heavily involved behind the scenes in talking with President Joe Biden about stepping aside and leaving room for Kamala Harris. That will be interesting to hear her. And as you mentioned, Governor Tim Walz, the keynote speaker tonight. Lots of Minnesotans sprinkled in throughout the night. We already had the national anthem by Minnesota's Teacher of the Year. Amy Klobuchar is here. And then I want to talk about performances. Stevie Wonder and John Legend, actress Mindy Kaling here. But maybe the most interesting, this is a little bit of inside baseball, but the most interesting musical guest tonight is Maren Morris to me. She's a former country music star who actually left Nashville and is distancing herself from the country music industry because she says it's racist and it is unqueer friendly. So she got a little bit of a Twitter feud with Jason Aldean and his wife. You might remember Jason Aldean, he didn't perform at the RNC, but he actually sat in Donald Trump's box on the night of his acceptance speech, and Donald Trump called him out by name and said he's a good singer. So it is no accident that Maren Morris was invited here just a month later. And then finally, Libby, you know this, I know this, there's a big surprise guest later in the evening, right about prime time. We can't say who it is yet, but again, it's big.
Thanks so much, Rich. A great point about Jason Aldean. I wonder, James and Rhonda, if the Trump team is really regretting not having him actually perform at the RNC because he does have a lot of country music star power. He was there as a guest, but not bringing the riz, not bringing the action to the actual audience there. Let's go to our colleague Jorge Ribas, who's outside the United Center. Jorge, you've been covering the protests this week. What have they been like so far?
Right, Libby, and just on our way here to the arena, we passed a pretty sizable protest at Union Park, which is about a half a mile away, and that's really been the staging area for the protest this week. Now, the first day of the convention on Monday was the largest protest we'd seen. Several thousand protesters outside of the convention at Union Park where they started, and they did a march about a mile loop on the other side of the security perimeter. There was a few scuffles during that march where some of the protesters sort of broke off the main group and were able to take down some of the perimeter fencing. There were some arrests that the police reported. Now, most of the protesters had marched peacefully. There was families, there was kids. And really, it had been a smaller group than they expected. I talked to the organizers, and I'd been interviewing them and reporting on these protests way back in June, I was out here, and they said they were satisfied with the amount that had attended. They had expected tens of thousands of people to be there. There was, from my point of view, not tens of thousands of people. There was still a large protest group. We talked to the protesters. They were really happy to have their voices heard at the convention. That's why they were here. They wanted to make sure that the Democrats here in this building heard what they had to say. But really, that was the big protest. Last night, there was some small protests. There was a protest that had been outside of the Israeli consulate. There were some arrests made there last night. But tonight, as we were walking here, my colleague Ross and I, we saw a group that had gathered at Union Park. They were going to do a similar loop around the convention. This was not a permitted protest, but the police had said to us, to the Washington Post, that they were not looking to arrest anyone just because it wasn't permitted. They just wanted to make sure that people stayed within the area that they were supposed to be in. There's still people there at Union Park, and then we could see more later on. But right now, so far, it's been very calm. There's just an overwhelming amount of police, Libby. Like, you cannot imagine how many police, when you walk out, there are lines of battalions of police all over the park waiting around, encircling really the protesters, not engaging with them, but it's just overwhelming to see the amount of blue uniforms surrounding these protesters.
Jorge, tomorrow night is the big event where Kamala Harris speaks and addresses the convention. Are there more protests planned for tomorrow?
Yeah, so the main group, the Coalition to March on the DNC, is having their second protest. This is the same group that held their protest on Monday, and they're gathering tomorrow in the afternoon around 5 p.m. again at Union Park. And this will be another permanent protest, same route of the march that they'll be meeting tomorrow. And this, like you said, this is the big night. This is their last night. So they are expecting a sizable group. They've said to us that they're expecting a lot of people there. So we'll be covering that as well tomorrow and see what happens tomorrow night. Libby.
All right. Thank you so much, Jorge Ribas, for staying in touch with that. A feeling of real unity here inside the convention center, despite concerns that's, I've talked to people who have, really authentic, deep concerns about the war that's happening in Gaza. They want to see Kamala Harris be responsive to it, but they're saying this is the moment to just project unity and be fully in her court and against Donald Trump. Rhonda, just reflect for us on what we go into on night 3, having gotten through 2 nights of the convention so far. The Obamas were the big hits of last night.
The big hits. Also, Little John. I feel like everybody was talking about Little John all day today, and that surprise moment where he helped introduce the Georgia roll call. Well, tonight, again, is a full night of programming. Usually, the Wednesday night is for the vice presidential nomination to occur. So we are expecting that, of course, to be a big moment. Tim Walz, only the VP pick for just, like a week and a half? So it's been moving pretty quickly, and a lot of people are still getting introduced to him. A lot of people will probably hear some things about his biography in some of the programming planned here about him and his time as a high school teacher. So that is going to be, a central part of today's program. But overall, as we've been saying, this is also to sort of put a highlight on the sharp contrast between the Democrats and the Trump agenda. I think we've been seeing that every single night, no matter what the actual formal theme is, it has all been about a sharp contrast. And tonight that contrast is about rights. So I expect this crowd to keep up the energy that we've seen for the last 2 nights, maybe even, a little bit more energy, too, as we move forward to tomorrow.
We saw a pivot from the Obamas, James, and they've been building up to this. But, we all remember Michelle Obama in 2016 saying, when they go low, we go high. There was much more of a fight back message, but really put in the context of fight for freedom, right? Fight for equality, fight for all these, good-hearted things. What were the takeaways as you talked to people today from the Obamas' speeches and the message that Democrats have been trying to share the last 2 nights?
The call and response, do something, really broke through. I think that this is trying to reactivate the 2008 Obama coalition, bring back the feeling of hope that you actually can fix government. 2/3 of Americans, many Democrats, think the country is on the wrong track, that there's the chance to actually do something about that.
You'd almost forget there's a Democrat in the White House.
It would be very easy to forget watching some of this. And Michelle Obama didn't mention Joe Biden once in her speech last night. Talked about how the last couple of years have been rough, that she's often felt like she has a pit in her stomach. And so I expect that people are going to continue to be more explicit. I ran into the chief of staff for one of the governors speaking tonight, and he was like, we're just punching in, we're trying to punch up the anti-Trump language, trying to have good zingers, one-liners. And I do think there's no longer this effort to sort of like hint at critiques of Trump. Donald Trump is the cement that glues the Democratic coalition together. And I think, I'm told Bill Clinton is going to go hard at Trump. And that is where the Democratic Party is. And focusing on Trump does help skirt or sidestep some of those very real divisions around Gaza and Israel that you were just mentioning.
Yeah, JM, let's talk a little more about how Democrats are trying to draw that contrast to the Republicans, how they're doing it both in messaging and in their choice of speakers and the visuals and everything else that goes into planning a convention.
I think the speakers is where you start, right? We've seen multiple Republicans or former Republicans given primetime speaking slots at the Democratic convention this week. That's very notable. On top of that, you've got folks, we've got former presidents, we've got congressional leaders speaking, we've got first and second spouses or would-be first and second spouses speaking. RNC, let's just go down the contrast list here. George W. Bush didn't speak. Mike Pence didn't speak. Mitch McConnell didn't speak. Melania Trump didn't speak, right? So even just from the speaker list, this has been quite a contrast. And the other thing here is, to James and Rhonda's point, they're trying to draw this contrast because they're trying to introduce Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to voters. Even though Kamala has been in the White House for 3.5 years as part of the administration, a lot of voters don't have firm views of her. So this is really that opportunity to humanize her, to give some more depth to her as a political candidate. And even Doug Emhoff's speech last night was sort of doing that, right? He used some sort of self-deprecating humor, kind of showed more of a personal side. We saw that during the RNC, and I'd expect that we'll see that more in some of the speeches both tonight and tomorrow night.
Thanks so much, JM. There is a real premium these days put on authenticity, and some people love Trump because they find him to be his authentic and unapologetic self, though it comes packaged in sort of the glitz and glamour of celebrity and wealth. We got a real sense of authenticity last night from Doug Emhoff, both from the video that his son narrated ahead of his story, but then he was saying, like, I love that laugh of Kamala Harris, right? It's sort of like making the things that Republicans have tried to pick and tease at into things that are not vulnerabilities, but are strengths, James.
Yeah, I think Doug is one of those characters people are getting excited about. Mm-hmm. Last night there was an after party. I'm told that he was talking to a group of major donors, and he did the Borat voice and said, my wife. And today he went to Wrigley Field for another donor event, and he did some batting practice with a metal bat and actually hit a ball pretty far. And then at another point he was joking because they told everyone who was at Wrigley Field, stay off the grass because the Cubs are actually in town this week playing. And then a woman walked onto the grass, and Doug Emhoff pointed at some staffer and said, why does she get to walk on the grass? And it turns out that it's Laura Ricketts, the daughter of the owner of the team. And so the staffer said, she owns the team. But the humanizing is the point. Even with the, Ella Emhoff, she's not putting on airs. She's not dressing, in pearls the way you'd expect a traditional candidate's child to do. And I think that is intentional. She's being very authentic. And I think that that's appealing to a lot of the voters they're trying to reach in Gen Z, that she's not fake. And Tim Walz does the same Diet Mountain Dew thing that J.D. Vance does, and I do think that's part of, look, I'm a regular guy, I'm not, putting on airs. Remember in 2008, Barack Obama got in a lot of trouble because he started talking about how much arugula costs at Whole Foods. These guys aren't doing that, and I think it comes across as very real.
Some people authentically like arugula.
I love arugula. I love Whole
Foods. So there is going to be a goal tonight of humanizing and showing who Tim Walz is. What will you be listening for, Rhonda, as his story is told?
I think more of his story, particularly his background as an educator, I think that is resonating with a lot of Americans who, have heard that he is a former high school teacher. His wife is also an educator. It goes back to the point that James was just making, that it's all about humanizing. It's also bringing some normalcy. We've heard that word a lot in the last week and a half when referring to Tim Walz, that he's just a normal guy. He will likely, and those speaking before him will likely paint him as this Midwestern dad. That's sort of the phrase that they're using. But, what's been striking to me between last night's speeches, today's expected speeches, is that it feels like the Democratic Party may be doing well in portraying themselves as the big tent that it is everyone else and Donald Trump. If you even think about, Donald Trump's walkout song when we covered the RNC, it was a man's world. But yesterday we were listening to a guy talk about his, the voicemail he left his future wife and, how embarrassing that was. And he's asking people, I think how historic this is. He is asking people to support his wife for the presidency. And that's something that, we saw it obviously with Bill Clinton, but it's not the same. This is just someone who was formerly a normal guy and now has been thrust into this moment. So I think that really resonates with a lot of Americans at home.
Republicans have critiques of Tim Walz. They're trying really hard to ding him and define him. And we've talked about how when a candidate is rolled out, whether it's a J.D. Vance or a Tim Walz, every side rushes to try to define that person. And Republicans did not do a good job of defining successfully J.D. Vance. How are Democrats doing, James, at defining Tim Walz? And talk to us about some of the Republican critiques.
Yeah, it's striking because currently in polling, Tim Walz is actually has the highest favorability of any of the four people on the ticket in terms of personal likability. But I think Republicans have gotten some licks in, certainly on their side with their base. And Tim Walz, because we had a condensed vetting process, I don't think the Harris campaign was ready to respond to some of the questions and some of the criticisms. Tim Walz, for example, did at various points exaggerate his military record. He's since apologized. He said that he used weapons of war in combat, in war. And when he was calling for a ban on assault weapons, he never did use weapons in war. He said that it was he conceived his child Hope through IVF. It was IUF, which is something different. He said that he retired as a chief master sergeant. He actually retired one rank lower than that. So there's a couple different things where it's creating this, it's letting Republicans create this narrative that he plays a little fast and loose. And the other thing is that...
I want to say what his defense has been is I'm just talking like a regular person.
Right, exactly.
It's you're getting fertility help and assistance, right?
Exactly.
People aren't necessarily parsing that and understanding all the nuances of that. And then, he did hold the rank of a non-commissioned officer, an NCO, despite not having done all the testing and stuff like that. So it's like the question is, can he? You don't want to seem too defensive, right? As you're being rolled out. So can he paint a picture of himself? Can his wife paint a picture of himself that doesn't feel preemptively defensive, but can get at some of these criticisms?
I think that they can, talking about Coach Walz, because some of the Republican attacks are way missing the mark. Like they went after Tim Walz for not really being a football coach because he was the defensive coordinator, not the head coach of the high school football team, which is absurd, right? He's still Coach Walz. And so I think in some ways the Republicans overplayed their hands, but it's also kind of amazing because Tim Walz had this DUI in Nebraska in the 90s, and in the old days of politics, that would have been disqualifying, and it's just not in this day and age. We have the Republican nominee for president is a convicted felon, right? So, but I think it's one of those things where Republicans are trying to kick up dust and create questions and doubts, and I think that the Harris people are trying to emphasize sort of the teacher, the coach. One of the things that's interesting is
we have about 30 seconds.
I was seeing some internal Democratic polling. They said that voters are now very familiar with Walz's very progressive record as governor. They're not as familiar with his more moderate record from 6 terms in the Congress. In the House, when he represented a red district, Trump carried his district. He did a lot for veterans. He supported the Keystone XL pipeline. I think tonight he's going to talk more about some of those more moderate pieces, in addition to the kind of the very liberal successful achievements that made him so popular with the base.
Let's head back to the floor. Congresswoman Grace Meng is scheduled to speak now.
Grace Meng.
generations of women fought for our right to vote, our right to financial independence, and our right to reproductive freedom. Our mothers and grandmothers marched for us. Because of them, my husband and I were able to choose if and when to start a family. And we have 2 energetic boys running around at home. Now it is our turn to take the torch for our children and grandchildren. All across our country, women are being denied life-saving health care and the right to determine their futures. And a second Trump term will be even worse. He will not stop at banning abortion. He'll let states track pregnancies. He'll put birth control and fertility treatment at risk. Trump's plan is cruel, it's dangerous, but it is not inevitable. Tonight, we mobilize for Kamala Harris. November 5th, we move forward with Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
Please welcome Colorado Governor Jared Polis.
Tonight, let's talk about freedom, including our most intimate freedom, choosing when and if to have children and have a family. And let's talk about Project 2025, Donald Trump's roadmap to ban abortion in all 50 states. Look, that sounds crazy, but right here on page 562, it says that Donald Trump could use an obscure law from the 1800s to single-handedly ban abortion in all 50 states, even putting doctors in jail. Page 486 puts limits on contraception. Page 450 threatens access to IVF. On page 455, Project 2025 says that states have to report miscarriages to the Trump administration. Page 451 says the only legitimate family is a married mother and father where only the father works. You know what? I'm going to take that one out. I'm going to put that in my pocket so I can share it with undecided voters so they better understand what's at stake this election. Project 2025 would turn the entire federal government and bureaucracy into a massive machine. It would weaponize it to control our reproductive and personal choices. Look, as a Redditor, gamer, entrepreneur, and Swiftie from the free state of Colorado, I'm excited by Kamala Harris's vision for protecting and expanding our personal freedom, internet freedom, and economic freedom. Democrats welcome weird, but we're not weirdos telling families who can and can't have kids who to marry or how to live our lives. These Project 2025 people, like Trump and Vance, are not just weird, they're dangerous. They want to take us backwards, but we aren't going back. Like ever, ever, ever. Let's stop Project 2025 and elect Kamala Harris president this November.
Please welcome Florida Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Cautionary tale. For the people of my state,
Project 2025 isn't just a threat. It's a reality that we battle every day. From the classroom to the emergency room, Governor DeSantis turned Florida into a testing ground for the right's most egregious, dangerous policies. I can tell you firsthand, it's been devastating for families in my district and across the state. Today in Florida, state policy requires that kids are taught racist lies about so-called benefits of slavery. Books are banned. Teachers are censored. And our LGBTQ+ community endures endless state-sponsored hate. Even a cruel "don't say gay" school law. Today in Florida, as we grapple with record heat and rising seas, extreme MAGA Republicans deleted mentions of climate change from state law. Today in Florida, a near total abortion ban endangers women's health and their lives every day. I keep thinking about a Central Florida woman I met named Deborah, and at 23 weeks pregnant, she got news every future parent dreads. Her baby's kidneys never developed. Doctors told her that not only would her baby not survive, her own health was in danger. Deborah couldn't get the care she needed in Florida, and she couldn't afford to travel hundreds of miles to get it. She had no choice but to carry her son Milo to term, only to watch him die in her arms 2 hours later. This is Project 2025 in practice. It's what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want for the whole country. But we're not going to let it happen, are we? Now, I say this as a Floridian, but also a mom and an American. We can't let them do to America what they did to Florida. Are you with me? So let's fight like hell to elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Please
Joining us
welcome.
now, Kansas Governor Laura Kelly, a Democrat. So nice to see you. You became the head of the Democratic Governors Association earlier this month when Tim Walz had to step down from that position as he ran for vice president. What do you see a Midwestern governor being able to bring to the vice presidency?
Everything and more. I'm thrilled that Tim Walz is on this ticket, as I think, I know all the other governors are, but I think also people all across the country, because he just seems like one of us. He is your typical Midwestern dad. I could take him on any main street in Kansas. I could take him to any football game on a Friday night, and he would just fit in completely. And I think that he is so relatable that people who didn't see themselves in other candidates will be able to see themselves in him and be able to hear him. He's an absolutely phenomenal messenger. He sort of narrows things down in a way that people can really understand what's being said and what's really happening. And so I think he'll be. I think he's an excellent addition to the ticket, and I think he will make a phenomenal vice president, and he will give governors a direct link into the White House, which would be incredibly important going forward.
What impact do you think having Governor Walz on the ticket has in North Carolina, New Hampshire, and Washington State, where you have governor's races this year?
Well, I think it's just like in Kansas. You've got a lot of rural areas in those states, and sometimes when you look at the top of the ticket, you don't see yourself. The folks in the rural community, they will definitely see themselves in Tim Walz. he really is just like them. He dresses like them. He talks like them. He hunts like they do. I mean, there's just not a whole lot. And who doesn't love the coach?
Right.
I mean, particularly in small towns, the coach is iconic. Remember Friday Night Lights? That's what he'll bring. And that's how people will respond to him, because what you see is what you get. I mean, they'll never be able to trip him up and, have him reveal his true colors. His true colors are out there.
Rhonda?
Governor, you're a twice elected Democratic governor in a red state with a lot of rural voters. Democrats have been trying to strengthen their messaging to that constituency. What are you telling your fellow Democrats and how to do that, how to win over or win back some rural voters?
Show up and listen. What you'll find, because this is what I did both when I was running for the state Senate and then as governor, is that I went to the rural areas. They very much appreciate when you just show up. And then when you start talking, start having conversations, then they realize that your values are the same as their values. You care about their schools, their roads, their health care, their housing. They care. And so when they see all of that, it makes it a lot easier for them to vote for you.
Governor, thank you so much for being with us. I can't believe it's your first ever convention. Can't wait to hear what you think about it all. We're going to go back to the floor now for the Minnesota Attorney General, Keith Ellison.
Of George Floyd. I was heartbroken. I was angry. And that morning, my phone rang. And on that line was Governor Tim Walz. Tim Walz felt the exact same way I did. And a few days later, Tim appointed me to prosecute Floyd's murder. Almost a year after that, minutes after the guilty verdict came down, my phone rang again. And it was Vice President Kamala Harris calling to congratulate my team and the work. Now, Kamala and Tim, they understand the legacy of George Floyd. No one is above the law, and no one is beneath it. No one is outside the circle of our compassion. In the Republican Party, everyone thinks they're above the law. Hell, nearly a dozen of their own lawyers are facing serious charges. Even their lawyers need lawyers. These con artists are trafficking in the defective goods of division, exclusion, and fear. And friends, selling defective goods is a scam. And like Kamala Harris, I am an attorney general. And attorney generals know what a scam is when they see it. Like my friend Tish James, for example, from New York. America, we won't be scammed again. We're not going back, we are going forward. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are ready to lead us there. I've worked side by side with Tim Walz for 18 years. His office is right across the hall from mine. And I've seen him deliver for the people of the state of Minnesota every day. Everybody knows Minnesota is one of the best states to live in, to raise a family, to do business, and we've got the best voter turnout in America. Facts. Kamala and Tim, they fight for the people, and they also listen. And when they say we need a ceasefire and an end to the loss of innocent lives in Gaza, and to bring hostages home, they're listening, friends. They agree with us. There are people watching tonight, and maybe even here tonight, who aren't sure yet about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. If you want to know where they stand on some of the most urgent issues facing our country and the world, let me assure you, Kamala and Tim hear you. They listen. They care, and everyone is included in their circle of compassion. They believe that everybody counts and everybody matters. Let's put a stop to the scam of Donald Trump once and for all. And let's put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Let's go win.
Have you ever discussed
Keith Ellison, Attorney General of Minnesota. So, tonight it's about freedom, but it's also a message of security and collaboration here in the country. James, how are they peppering all these themes in to make it make sense?
Well, I think you could sort of wonder. I mean, I think that they're sort of assuming people are going to watch one night or one clip. It's not kind of like the liberal night or the Republican night the way you would historically program these conventions. Keith Ellison is probably the most liberal person we're going to hear from tonight. He got a 5-minute slot just now because he's Minnesota's Attorney General, but he was one of Bernie Sanders' big supporters, ran for DNC chair in 2017, prosecuted Derek Chauvin, the officer who murdered George Floyd. So I think you're trying to give a little bit for everyone.
We're going to hear from Olivia Troy later on, Rhonda. Speaking of Republicans who are going to be here in this week, she's talking about her experience in the White House. What voice does she bring to tonight?
She was one of the first White House aides to leave toward the end of the Trump administration. She was a top aide for the former Vice President Mike Pence. She left during the COVID response because she just said it just wasn't up to par and was shockingly under par, and she couldn't stay any longer. So she has really been a voice out there since then, speaking out against the former president's administration. I've interviewed her before. She has actually been on the trail with Harris, and she's a part of a group called Republicans for Harris. We've heard from other Republicans as well. And, when I talk to them, it's not that they're going to leave their own party. They are very much so Republicans and conservatives, and she will likely say that in one of her first lines. But they do feel that this is a moment, and they feel that Donald Trump is too dangerous to return. They were in the inner circle. They know what happened behind closed doors, and they don't want to go back to that. So she'll likely express that. I was speaking earlier to a former GOP congressperson, Chris Shays, who was from Connecticut, and for about 20 years he was in the House. He's a Republican, still a Republican, but he said this election was really concerning him, and he said it seems like Harris is an answer to his prayers, that he didn't know who to support until the ticket changed up. So he said he's also going to be on the road for her. One thing that he pointed out to me is how important Republicans feel about this election being really galvanizing for them, because he said if Donald Trump returns to the White House, the Republican Party is probably dead. That was his words. He did say there would be hope if Democrats go to the White House, because that might, be a referendum for the larger Republican Party to take a look at itself and say we can't go down the extremist path. So, I think this is the first convention where we have seen so many people from the other party be here. And enjoy themselves, too. Shays told me he is enjoying himself. He thinks that this is a pretty successful convention. But when speaking to them, you hear the fear that they have for America, but also the future of their party. And it's really real for them.
An interesting point of nuance that they see if Trump loses, it could actually revitalize the Republican Party, James.
Yeah, and I think that they want to they want two healthy parties. When you talk to these Republicans, they do want the Republican Party to sort of return to a rational oppositional party that's not a cult of personality. And one of the big contrasts between the two conventions, Jan talked about all the people that weren't in Milwaukee, is this does feel more like it's about a movement, and the Republican convention really did feel like it was about a man, Donald Trump.
So the chair of tonight's proceedings is Cory Booker, senator from New Jersey. You'll be seeing him on stage periodically tonight. You'll be seeing him introduce things. He is really fired up. He is really amped up and excited. So we'll be going to him periodically as he reintroduces or introduces people on the stage. A reminder that this all culminates tonight in Governor Tim Walz. We expect his wife to introduce him, James.
Yeah, Gwen Walz, another high school teacher. They actually moved to Minnesota, Mankato, in the 90s so that they could both have teaching jobs at the same school. I remember I did a big profile of Tim Walz back in 2010 after he voted for Obamacare in a Republican district. And I remember having lunch with Gwen and Tim Walz, and she was telling me lots of hilarious stories about teaching and students and classes and stuff. And, I think people will like getting to hear from Wes Walz for the first time.
Right. Down below us is a box where the friends and family sit, and we'll be watching, of course, to see who shows up. It's always great to see those cutaways and the pans to see how the family is reacting as they see their loved ones take the stage. Let's go back to the programming now as we hear from Senator Cory Booker. What voice does he bring tonight, Rhonda?
Probably a lot of enthusiasm. He was actually someone who sat near Harris in the Senate Judiciary Committee. They are friends. We are going to go back to the floor.
Here he is. Let's go.
I just want to say thank you, Attorney General Nessel. So coming up, we have John and Rachel, proud, loving parents of 3. On October 7th, their son Hirsch, a U.S. citizen, was at a music festival when Hamas attacked. He was taken hostage, and he is still being held today, an American citizen. Rachel and John want what every parent wants: to hold their child close, to love on them, and keep them safe. I'm honored to introduce the 2 of them tonight.
At this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch. He's 23 years old. And like Vice President Kamala Harris, Hirsch was born in Oakland, California. Hirsch is a happy-go-lucky, laid-back, good-humored, respectful, and curious person. He is a civilian. He loves soccer, is wild about music and music festivals, and he has been obsessed with geography and travel since he was a little boy. His bedroom overflows with atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines. On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend, Honor, went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love, and unity. They also went to celebrate Hirsch's 23rd birthday. As rockets began to fall, Hirsch, Honor, and 27 other young festival goers took refuge in a 5-foot by 8-foot bomb shelter. Terrorists began to throw grenades into the shelter. Honor stood in the doorway and repelled 7 of those grenades before the 8th one killed him. Altogether at the Nova Music Festival, 367 young music lovers were killed. This was just one of the many attacks on neighborhoods and communities in southern Israel on that terrible day. In total, 1,200 were killed, including 45 Americans. Hirsch's left forearm, his dominant arm, was blown off before he was loaded onto a pickup truck and stolen from his life and me and John into Gaza. And that was 320 days ago. Since then, we live on another planet. Anyone who is a parent or has had a parent can try to imagine the anguish and misery that John and I and all the hostage families are enduring.
Rachel and I are comforted to be back in our sweet home, Chicago. We were both born and raised here, and our families still live here. This is a political convention, but needing our only son and all of the cherished hostages home is not a political issue. It is a humanitarian issue. The families of the American 8 hostages meet every few weeks in Washington. We're heartened that both Democratic and Republican leaders demonstrate their bipartisan support for our hostages being released. We've met with President Biden and Vice President Harris numerous times at the White House. They're both working tirelessly for a hostage and ceasefire deal that will bring our precious children, mothers, fathers, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren home, and will stop the despair in Gaza. We are all deeply grateful to them. We're also profoundly thankful to you, the millions of people in the United States and all over the world who have been sending love, support, and strength to the hostage families. You've kept us breathing in a world without air. There is a surplus of agony on all sides of the tragic conflict in the Middle East. In a competition of pain, there are no winners. In our Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlo'o. Every person is an entire universe. We must save all these universes. In an inflamed Middle East, we know the one thing that can most immediately release pressure and bring calm to the entire region: a deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza. The time is now.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Bring them home.
The hall erupting in chants of "Bring them home" as the parents of one of the hostages give a plaintive request for a ceasefire in Gaza. James, we saw hostage families speak at the Republican convention. How are their messages different?
Them saying that every person is a universe in a competition of pain. There are no winners, saying that it's important to not just bring the hostages home, but also to stop the violence in Gaza is a key contrast with the RNC.
And, you know, we have seen a movement here among some uncommitted delegates. There's a small group, but they do exist, who are trying to get the Democrats to move their platform closer to something like stopping arming Israel. Rhonda, they are hearing from from Vice President Harris that she is concerned about the lives in Gaza, but they want her to go even farther.
I think what has been effective in their movement is that they are making it a discussion point. We just had that really heart-wrenching, discussion from family members. At the end, the mother says, "If you can hear us," giving him strength. So what that group of uncommitted delegates has done is they've been out, they've been doing interviews, they have been making the war in the Middle East a present part of this. I think some of them may have wanted more, but it is a discussion point. It has been all week long, and I expect it to continue.
We're going to hear from musician Maren Morris in just a few moments, and then after that we'll be talking with U.S. Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado. Let's head back down to the stage now.
That I'm about to sing with this man. That ain't gonna happen. But I'll tell you what, I want to bring you all to a street in Newark, New Jersey called Martin Luther King Boulevard. On that street was this incredible housing project called Brick Towers. We never mistaked wealth with worth. In those towers was a tenant president named Miss Virginia Jones. Her son was murdered in the 1980s in the lobby of one of those buildings, but she was a woman of invincible joy. And I'll tell you this, I used to ask her, "How are you so joyful?" And she would always tell me, as a church woman, she'd say, "The joy I have, the world didn't give it to me." Come on now, come on now. She taught me that you've got to generate the joy, that hope is the active conviction that despair will never have the last word. And so tonight, there are so many challenges in our nation. There are so many problems that we're facing. Heck, if America hasn't broken your heart, you don't love her enough. But yet, we will be joyful warriors. We are going to bring back to the journey of our nation joy. And if there's any tradition in America that has helped us to generate that joy, it has been the artists of America. It has been those folks bringing the rock and roll and the funk, bringing the gospel and the hard rock. Well, tonight we are blessed by one of those great American artists that helps us to cleanse our spirits, to raise our hearts, and to bring in that joy. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you one of the true greats in America, someone to bring the joy to this incredible arena, Maren Morris.
If you don't like it, get the hell out. That's what they yell when I open my mouth. A stick is a stick, a stone is a stone, but who's gonna care if I don't? Who's gonna change if I won't? When time turns this moment to dust, I just hope that I'm proud of the woman I was. When lines of tomorrow are drawn, can I live with the side that I chose to be on? Will we sit on our hands, do nothing about it? Or will we leave this world better than we found it? Over and under and above the law, my neighbor's in danger. Who does he call when the wolf's at the door? What would you do? Shouldn't we try something new? We're over a barrel and at the end of 1, 2. When time turns this moment to dust, I just hope that I'm proud of the woman I was. When times of tomorrow are drawn, can I live with the side that I chose to be on? Will we sit on our hands, do nothing about it? Or will we leave this world better than we found it? America, America, divided we fall. America, America, God save us all from ourselves and the hell that we built for our kids. America, America, we're better than this. When time turns this moment to dust, I just hope my son's proud of the woman I was. When the lines of tomorrow are drawn, can I live with the side that I chose to be on? Will we sit on our hands, do nothing about it? Can we leave this world better than we found it? America, America.
You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post of Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. With us now is U.S. Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado. Hello, Senator. So good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Here. Okay, we heard from Leader Schumer yesterday that you have big goals of trying to keep the Senate blue. What is the message that you guys have to be doing and that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have to be making in states like Ohio, where J.D. Vance is from, or Montana, where the seat is really perilous?
I think, well, first of all, from the Senate's perspective, we have two of our greatest athletes on the field in Sherrod Brown in Ohio, John Tester in Montana. They are incredible candidates, and they represent the other candidates we have, from Bob Casey in Pennsylvania to Nevada and everywhere else. So first of all, I feel confident that people are running. In the message, I think it's important for people to feel like we are going to turn away from the trickle-down economics that has created a country that's as unequal as the one that we have. You know, there's been a lot of debate about inflation versus non-inflation. The reality is we are living in a country today where the bottom 50% have less wealth than they had in 1980 when Ronald Reagan was president. They own 2% of the wealth in the United States, and the top 10% own 75%. Things like the child tax credit, which Kamala Harris has focused on, a bill that Sherrod Brown and I wrote together in the Senate, I think is a huge departure from what that looked like. And now you see J.D. Vance going out there and saying that he's for a $5,000 child tax credit. We hadn't heard them say it before. So I think she's already having an effect on the debate. I think whichever team is able to demonstrate that they're going to stand with working people in the states that you're talking about is going to be the team that wins, and I think that's going to be us.
Rhonda?
Senator, there's a lot of enthusiasm this week here, of course. That usually happens at conventions. But I've talked to some of your colleagues on the Hill, and there is this realization that momentum can be a funny thing. You have it one week, you don't have it the next. How do you think the party can keep the energy going all the way to November?
I mean, I think everybody in here is shockingly united. It's amazing. And when you think about what this party's been through the last month, not only are we united, but we're excited. And what the thing we need to do now is help transmit that to the rest of the American people. And I believe the American people are so ready to turn the page on yesterday's leadership and look to something new. I think that's going to be exciting about Kamala Harris's leadership, but also turning the page on Donald Trump. People don't want to go back to the chaos that he represents. And so I think we are going to be able to build out from this convention, but we're not going to be able to take anything for granted. This is going to be a tough race through November. I think if we continue what we're doing, we're going to win.
You mentioned that the party is shockingly united, and I would agree. We heard from the hostage families. There is this obviously tension within the Democratic coalition. Is it just that people recognize Donald Trump needs to be stopped? Why do you think that is that very real tension within the base of the party has been largely sidestepped this week?
I think people understand the stakes here, and it's not just stopping Donald Trump, but if you listen to the Obamas last night talk about what confronts us as a choice, I think what confronts us as a choice is a question about the moral direction of this country. And Donald Trump represents one side of that argument. We represent the other side of that argument. And so I think it's a matter of knowing how much really is at stake. But I also think that we realize that we've got to deliver for the American people beyond what we've already done. The infrastructure bill is important. The first industry to be brought back since Reagan sent everything overseas, the CHIPS bill and all that stuff, that's important. But what we really need is a party that's willing to fight to create an economy, again, that when it grows for everybody, not just the people at the very top, and finds a way to restore the greatest invention this democracy has ever made, America's middle class. And America's middle class has been shattered by a bunch of policies on both sides of the aisle that I think people out here have a consensus that they don't want to return to. And I think we're going to find that there are Republican voters and unaffiliated voters in states that don't want to return to that mess either. They want to do something different.
Senator Michael Bennet, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This pretty good view you have.
It's a great
up
view.
here.
It's a true bird's eye view.
Yeah,
a high perch.
exactly.
A high perch. Thank you so much,
Thank
Senator.
You. Thanks for having me.
Well, JM Rieger is back in Washington watching this all over the monitor that everyone else is watching on through our Washington Post stream. JM, talk to us about Senator Bennett's talking about things that he thinks the party can do, but a lot of the platform that you've been digging into, the Democrats' platform, they are going to need the House and the Senate to get them done. Is that even possible? I mean, can Kamala Harris and Tim Walz get things done without keeping the Senate and winning the House, JM?
I mean, the Senate is in some ways the ball game here, right, Libby? Because the House map is thought to be, the conventional wisdom at least, is that the House map is a little more favorable to Democrats, but Democrats are a little more on defense with the Senate map. What I mean by that is that there's more races with Democratic incumbents that are thought to be toss-ups or where Republicans might even have a slight advantage in them. And given how slim the majority is in the Senate for Democrats right now, that's what I mean when I say they're on defense, trying to defend those seats and trying to maintain their slim majority in the Senate. And the Senate also is sort of the ball game in a sense, because that's where the nominees, the confirmations go through. So even when we're talking about things like who's going to lead agencies, what judges Harris-Walz administration would appoint, that's really reliant on the Senate, and they're going to be significantly checked if they don't retain the Senate come November. I think broadly when we're talking about the platform here, what Harris has been able to take advantage of at the moment is voters are not, despite the fact that she's been in the White House for 3.5 years in the administration, voters are not as familiar with her. Part of this week is giving some depth, adding a little bit of that picture, filling that out for voters, humanizing her. We've heard a lot of personal stories. What they lay out in the platform are some specific policy proposals, but how they define that in the weeks, months ahead is really going to be key.
I want to hear from you, Rhonda and James, what Senator Bennett said, what you take away from that. I mean, you know, Republicans are trying to paint Kamala Harris as a radical progressive, a San Francisco liberal. They're trying to paint Tim Walz as a progressive as well. How does that message play in places like Montana, Ohio? Did you hear something from Senator Bennett that can counter that?
Well, I think it's the acknowledging that they have some work to do. They can't just let the Republicans message that out and not have some sort of counteract. So I think that has always been the uphill battle for any Democrat who wants to leave this convention and try to get that ticket to win. I don't know if Democrats have that all answered yet. You know, we live in an age where a really effective ad from the other camp can change minds or keep minds that need to be changed not to change. So it is an uphill battle, and we're going to have to see in the next few weeks if polling changes, if it continues to give Harris a slightly more of an edge. But it is that acknowledgement that they do need to keep the momentum, that they aren't taking anything for granted.
Yeah, and they're also talking to a lot of different constituencies and different voter groups, James.
Yeah. I've heard from good sources that Michael Bennett is on the short list to be Kamala Harris's White House chief of staff if she wins. Jared Polis, who was speaking a little earlier, would get to appoint the Democratic replacement. And there is a lot of logic to that. So you're hearing from someone who I think could play a very important role in answering a question that we have not really heard an answer to yet, which is what would Kamala Harris's legislative priorities be? What would be her legislative agenda? I think we have a sense of things she'd like to do, you know, the child tax credit, for example. The truth is that the House is a jump ball. The Senate is even if Harris and Walz win, they're going to have to run the table in all the Senate races like Montana and Ohio. And so and then you end up with a 50-50 Senate, you know, where Tim Walz would be the tie-breaking vote. And so you're going to be constrained. And so if you have even if you have a 50-seat majority, what can you do? What do you want to do with that? And I think because of this compressed election type line, in some ways, Kamala Harris doesn't want to really say, right? You want to kind of just be,
it's safer not to say it.
It's safer to let everyone think that, like, immigration is going to be your priority, abortion is going to be your priority, child tax credit. So I get why politically she doesn't have an incentive to do that, but I do think I'm going to be fascinated tomorrow when we hear from her. What does she signal about what are her priorities?
Well, our colleague, video journalist Joe Snell, has been looking at how Israel's war in Gaza has played into this convention. He's been talking to members of the uncommitted protest movement who are attending this week. So, Joe, tell us more about what the uncommitted movement is.
Yeah, Libby, to understand this movement, let's go all the way back to October of last year. Voters in Michigan were growing dissatisfied by President Biden's handling of the war, the U.S. sending military aid to Israel, the U.S. blocking funding to relief organizations inside the Gaza Strip. So voters started reaching out to their political leaders, requesting meetings so they could voice this dissatisfaction. And they told me that these meetings were either denied outright or if they did meet, it felt like just a show. So they decided to mark uncommitted on their primary ballots. They started reaching out through messages and phone calls to family and friends to do the same. They expected about 10,000 uncommitted marks in the primary ballot. When the tally was done in February's Michigan primary vote, over 100,000 Democratic voters marked uncommitted. Then we saw the movement spread. In Minnesota, 1 in 5 Democratic voters marked uncommitted. In New Jersey, over 40,000 did the same. I spoke with one of the founders of the uncommitted movement at the convention this week, and I asked about this growth. She told me that she didn't expect it to grow beyond the Michigan primary, but the fact it did is a reflection that their community isn't the only one in the country that feels abandoned by their party on the U.S. position in the Israel-Gaza war. And there's one more thing I want to mention, Libby. The uncommitted movement is more than just the protests we're seeing outside. It's panels, it's information sessions, and it's delegates. At the DNC roll call last night, where delegates select their party nominee, Reported on the roll call as is fighting internally within the Democratic Party to keep this movement's message alive.
Yeah, you make such an important point, Joe, that those votes equaled up to being able to send uncommitted delegates here to the convention. So what have those delegates been talking to you about this week?
Yeah, one of the themes is cautiously optimistic. I spoke with one delegate who's excited to hear from Harris and other leaders about their foreign policy, about their position on the Israel-Gaza war. He said we can't judge Harris based on this. Being vice president is much different than being president. And I spoke with another delegate who said he's been trying everything in his power to reach the party's leaders to express this dissatisfaction over the U.S. policy. He said that in that process, he realized he's disconnected with his party, and he's marking uncommitted to express that disconnection. I'll be back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Joe Snell. So where do those uncommitted delegates go from here, James? It is a real question. There's working internally inside the system of this convention hall. There's protesters who are working outside. Where can this conversation go? Because Kamala Harris does need to shore up the Arab American vote, the Muslim American vote in states like Michigan, in some really crucial areas of the country, and also just stop the sort of roiling focus on this issue if she wants to make sure that Democrats can keep this feeling of unity going forward.
This is the area, honestly, where Joe Biden can be most helpful to her campaign. It's not being out on the campaign trail in Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's doing what the president did today from vacation in California, which is calling the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and pushing him to get a deal. Pushing him to stop the war, to get the hostages, to make an agreement with Hamas, and if they can do that, I do think that the movement, the uncommitted folks, could very well vote for Biden and Harris.
We're going to go ahead, Rhonda. Please.
No, I was just going to say it's going to just boil down to, like you said, when they are feeling like they are being heard, that might change things. But it will be a personal decision, for these folks to decide if they want to either stay at home or vote for the Harris-Walz ticket or vote for the Trump ticket. In interviews that I've seen with folks, I think you do sense that there is a little bit of an inner struggle because they feel as if they want to hear more from the Democratic Party. But I will say, as Joe laid out, it was the protest vote that led to the uncommitted delegates here. There are only 30. Think about the thousands of other delegates here. And I remember talking to one at the beginning of the week when I said, there are the 30 uncommitted. What do you think? And she said she hadn't really thought about it because the math just doesn't work. But they have been
It's not
heard.
like nearly half the delegates or something.
But just think about that small number. They have been heard. People are talking about their movement, and that could go a long way.
Well, coming up next, we're going to be hearing in commentary about the border, about border security, but also about immigration generally as something that Democrats want to be seen as having more strength on also, James, but also more compassion.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's fascinating because I was talking to a top Democratic pollster today who used to poll for the president, and he said that they're honestly surprised by how well Kamala Harris is doing in Arizona, that she's really gotten a bounce. She's doing really well among, they've gotten a pop among Latinos, but also among white women, including white women without college degrees, who Democrats have been really struggling with. So all of a sudden, Arizona is in play, but there are a lot of voters there in that border state who want humaneness, but also want a secure border. You see it from Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs, who's taken a very tough line. Mark Kelly, the Democratic senator who was on the short list for VP. And so it is threading that needle. There are a lot of border state Democrats who have managed to do it well. We're going to hear from a couple of them tonight, including Veronica Escobar, who represents the district that Beto O'Rourke formerly did. It's El Paso, Texas, right on the border with New Mexico, a very border district. But where constituents can have nuanced views, which is that they want a humane process, they want a process to be able to allow people to apply for asylum, but they also recognize that there are a lot of undocumented immigrants who are in the country and that there's not going to be a mass deportation, or at least that that's not at all feasible, which is what people were waving signs on the floor of the Republican convention calling for.
Yeah, I was on the Hill when the border bill was being negotiated, when it was brought up and failed in the Senate. It was a bipartisan bill. You had Republicans in the Senate working on it equally with Democrats, and it failed. So I watched the progression from that. Chuck Schumer brought it up again, somewhat as a messaging bill, knowing that Republicans wouldn't support it a second time. And that has given Democrats an ability to say, well, we haven't solved it, but we're doing something.
All right, let's head back to the floor right now.
On the other side of the border, the traffickers, they pack migrants into 18-wheelers like cattle, 50, 100 at a time. Then they seal the doors. That's when the 911 calls come. We hear them, desperate, terrified, gasping for air. Now, sometimes we get there in time. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, we can't. When Donald Trump comes down to Texas, stands next to officers in uniforms just like mine, he's not there to help us. Don't think that, not for a second. He is a self-serving man. I mean, look, just like when he killed the border bill, he just made our jobs harder. Now, Kamala, on the other hand, has been fighting border crime for years. She's gone down to Mexico and worked to stop the traffickers. And when the traffickers didn't stop, she put them in jail. Now, down in my neck of the woods, we call that fooling around and finding out. I may be paraphrasing a bit. We protect them. Now, the border sheriffs that I know, right, and we're like Kamala. We protect and serve. We enforce the law. We show compassion. And we fight like hell to protect our border. Because as we've always known in Texas, cuando luchamos, ganamos. When we fight, we win.
Please welcome California Representative Pete Aguilar.
I'm Pete Aguilar, chair of the Democratic Caucus. For 4 generations, my family has called California home. I grew up in San Bernardino, a working-class community defined by family, faith, and hard work. These values, shared by Latino families across this country, are what made my family's American dream possible. And only Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect the American dream so that every family can earn a living, own a home, and reach their full potential. This is a vision for America that Donald Trump will never understand. All he knows is chaos and division. He talks about tearing American families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, community against community. Compare that to what Kamala Harris has done as vice president. Almost 500,000 people who live here and are married to a U.S. citizen can now apply for lawful permanent residence. DACA recipients who graduated college have easier access to work visas. And we would have much more security at the border if Donald Trump hadn't tanked the bipartisan bill. Folks, we don't have to choose between a secure border and building an America for all. Under President Harris, we can and will do both. As a prosecutor, she took on transnational gangs and cartels. As president, she will fight for pathways to citizenship. And I can tell you, as the highest-ranking Latino in Congress, our community understands the stakes in this election. Because we believe in the promise of this country. We believe our nation is stronger when we keep families together. We believe our union is more perfect when dreamers become doctors, teachers, construction workers, and military service members. Latinos believe in that American dream and a brighter future. One where we secure our border, fix our broken immigration system, and unlock economic opportunity for all. And together, we will win. Thank you.
Congressman Pete Aguilar. James, how much traction is the message that Republicans tanked the border bill gaining among average voters?
It's reassuring people who are sort of leaning Democratic, but it is not yet breaking through to independent voters, which is why they keep hammering it, because they're desperately trying to drive that message to the 70% of Americans who disapprove of Joe Biden's handling of immigration.
And Rhonda, how are the Republicans who authored that bill, who worked on it with some of the people we've seen here at the convention, how are they dealing with the fallout of the bill not passing?
Well, at first they were quite angry. Senator Langford, who is definitely a conservative Republican, was the lead negotiator for the Republicans. They were very angry about it. Now you are seeing that some of that anger has turned because they know how effective it is for the Democrats to say the Republicans are the ones that stalled this bill. You're not hearing as much from them on it. When Chuck Schumer brought back that bill, they were saying this is just politics right now. So that's what you're hearing.
Let's go back to the stage.
Buenas noches, mi gente. My name is Carlos Eduardo Espina. And if 2 decades ago, when my parents immigrated to College Station, Texas, you told them that one day their son would reach 14 million followers on social media, graduate law school, and speak at the Democratic National Convention, they might not believe you. But this is the United States of America, the land of opportunities where anything is possible. I know this because daily I interact with people who, like my parents, came to America to fulfill the dreams and ambitions that in their home countries were impossible. People who work hard, contribute to society, pay taxes because, yes, immigrants pay taxes, and love this country deeply. The same people Donald Trump wants you to believe are poisoning the blood of our country. This is dangerous, and it is outright anti-American. Because as Ronald Reagan, a Republican, once said, we lead the world because unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength from every country and every corner of the world. Reagan knew that welcoming immigrants is not a Democratic or a Republican value, it is an American value. To be pro-immigrant is to be pro-America. And that's why Kamala Harris understands this too. And that's why, once elected, she will reject hate and find solutions that make our nation stronger. So let's get her elected. Let's get her elected. And ensure that our country remains a beacon of freedom and opportunity for all. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the great state of Texas.
Please welcome former Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Vice President Pence, Olivia Troy.
4 years ago, I resigned from the Trump administration. As a Republican who dreamed of working in the White House, it was a hard decision. But as an American, it was the right one. I saw how Donald Trump undermined our intelligence community, our military leaders, and ultimately our democratic process. Now, he's doing it again, lying and laying the groundwork to undermine this election. It's his MO, to sow doubt and division. That's what Trump wants, because it's the only way he wins. And that's what our foreign adversaries want, because it's the only way they win. As a national security expert, y como latina, y hija de una inmigrante mexicana que realizó el sueño americano, being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what'll happen if he gets back there. The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired. I grew up in the kind of working family that Trump pretends to care about. Conservative, Catholic, Texan. July 4th was our most sacred holiday. Those values made me a Republican. And they're the same values that make me proud to support Kamala Harris. Not because we agree on every issue, but because we agree on the most important issue: protecting our freedom. So to my fellow Republicans, you aren't voting for a Democrat. You're voting for democracy. You aren't betraying our party. You're standing up for our country. Thank you.
Please welcome former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan.
Good evening. I bring greetings from the great state of Georgia. So let's get the hard part out of the way. I am a Republican. But tonight, I stand here as an American. An American that cares more about the future of this country than the future of Donald Trump. My journey started to this podium years ago when I realized Donald Trump was willing to lie, cheat, and steal to try to overturn the 2020 election. I realized Trump was a direct threat to democracy, and his actions disqualified him from ever stepping foot into the Oval Office again. I could spend my time revving up this crowd, but I'm certain I don't have to talk anybody out of voting for Donald Trump here. So I'm going to focus my attention on the millions of Republicans and independents that are at home that are sick and tired of making excuses for Donald Trump. If Republicans are being intellectually honest with ourselves, Our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy. And the only thing left to do is dump Trump. These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong, good from evil. She's a steady hand and will bring leadership to the White House that Donald Trump could never do. Let me be clear to my Republican friends at home watching. If you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. In our family, my wife Brooke and I are raising 3 boys, and we have a family motto. And it says, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. During 2020, during just the lowest of lows, when we had armed officers outside our house protecting us from other Republicans, Donald Trump had targeted us. My son came downstairs, and he handed me this coaster that I'd given him years before at a father-son retreat for our church. And he said, hey, Dad, doing the right thing will never be the wrong thing. Stay strong. To my fellow Republicans at home that want to pivot back towards policy, empathy, and tone, you know the right thing to do. Now let's have the courage to do it in November. Thank you, and God bless you.
Former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, this is a section where we are hearing from Republicans testifying to Kamala Harris's viability as a presidential candidate. What does it mean to hear from someone like him, James?
Joe Biden only won Georgia by 10,000 votes, and Donald Trump is anathema to the old Republican guard. It's remarkable to hear Jeff Duncan. He was considered very much a rising star in the GOP. He was someone who was seen as a potential future senator or governor, a close ally of Brian Kemp, and that was a powerful testimonial from someone in a Sunbelt state where Harris hopes to compete.
Rhonda, we're pivoting now to January 6th and people talking about surviving January 6th, a police officer who fought back the mob on January 6th, a member of the committee. Pete Aguilar, who we heard from earlier, was also a member of that committee. What is this section communicating? I mean, people in this room aren't doubters of January 6th. They're about the danger of that moment. What is the goal of this?
Yeah, you know what? The images of January 6th are still stunning. They're stunning to me. I was inside the Capitol that day along with one of our colleagues. The violence is still stunning, but I think what Democrats also want to remind people is it was about undermining the election. It was about trying to get into Congress, stopping something that had been happening and is constitutionally bound since it's been in the Constitution. So that it's mixed with the violent images, and it's also just, you know, bringing people back to the idea of who Trump was that day. You have to think about it. If Trump wanted to run again on January 7th, people would not have believed it. But the fact that he is now running so closely in polling with Harris is quite stunning to a lot of people. I know we're also going to hear from Sergeant Gunnell. I've interviewed him countless times. He's an officer who was badly injured on that day, protecting one of the tunnels. He was so badly injured he had to be on desk duty for the remainder of his term as an officer, and he quit because he said he could not stay there as Republicans were trying to diminish it. So there are still a lot of raw feelings about January 6th, but I think what Democrats want people to remember is it was also about undermining all the votes for Joe Biden, all of the votes that allowed him to win, and Trump tried to challenge that with violence.
We just heard a warning from Olivia Troy that essentially that Trump could try to claim an election falsely again, James.
He is already laying the groundwork to do that. The Washington Post has had lots of excellent reporting about the Amy Gardner has covered this extensively for us. She has gone all over the country looking at states like Georgia, looking at what the Trump team is doing. Trump himself in his rallies is trying to sow doubt. So some of this is trying to get out front of that. But this is also the first presidential election since January 6th. Remember? I mean, that was only 3 months after. But it is a reminder of, you're trying to, of what people are voting for. Kamala Harris has obviously de-emphasized some of the democracy rhetoric that was so central to Joe Biden's rationale for seeking a second term. But I think this is clearly still a very potent message for them.
Yeah, we've gone from democracy to freedom in terms of messaging. We're not hearing as much about the legal challenges that Trump is still facing. We are hearing people talk about him being a felon, but we're not hearing a lot of people talk about the cases that are sort of, languishing in the court system, the legal system. This is really, Rhonda, instead more about reminding people of the politics of this and what could happen next.
Well, just not the politics, but just reminding people that he tried to subvert the election. And that is front and center with reminding people of the images of January 6th. That's what that day was about. He told people to go, down Constitution and go into the Capitol. And a lot of insurrectionists have said that they went on his orders. So it's reminding people about that, President Trump.
All right. Well, as you said, we're going to hear from Sergeant Cannell and also Congressman Benny Thompson. Right now, he is the next speaker. Let's head down.
Representative Benny Thompson.
On January 6th, like most of my colleagues, I had one goal: to uphold the votes of the American people, the cornerstone of our American democracy. But as what you've just witnessed, let me remind you that the members of that violent mob had another goal. They wanted to stop the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American democracy. Thank God they failed. Because in this country, we settle our differences at the ballot box, not through violence. It took a long time to get here, and we are not going back. Because I remember that dark history. It's my own history. In this life, my father never cast a vote because of Jim Crow. So I dedicated my career to protecting the votes against violence and discrimination. You can imagine what I felt on January 6th when I saw with my own eyes those insurrectionists trying to take that away. They did it to rob millions of Americans of their votes. They did it because Donald Trump couldn't handle losing. He lied about the election fraud. He called his conspiracy-led mob to Washington. He would rather subvert democracy than submit to it. Now, he's plotting again. His campaign proclaims that elections won't end until the moment of inauguration. We will win or it was rigged. We win or else. This is Donald Trump's America. Elections are about choice. Choose democracy, not political violence. Choose the America we've always taught our children to love. Choose Kamala Harris.
Please welcome former United States Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before I begin, I need to acknowledge the sacrifices that 5 officers who died as a result of January 6 made on that day. My name is Aquilino Gonell. I immigrated to the U.S. from the Dominican Republic when I was 12. I became an American citizen. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army and a Capitol Police officer. I had seen violence while serving in Iraq, but nothing prepared me for January 6. We officers risked everything to protect innocent people. We were beaten and blinded. I was assaulted with a pole attached to the American flag. President Trump summoned our attackers and sided with them. He betrayed us. When I joined the Army and Capitol Police, I took an oath to defend the Constitution. I did so with duty in my soul, and I still feel it. To Donald Trump, I asked, why don't you? On January 6, I nearly died protecting the Capitol, and I will do it again for our democracy. The way to preserve it is to elect Kamala Harris, our first female commander-in-chief.
Please welcome New Jersey Representative Andy Kim.
When I was a kid, my parents brought me to the Capitol. They taught me that it's sacred ground, a symbol of our democracy. When I got to Congress, I was excited to bring my little boys to the same beautiful building. I asked them, do you like the Capitol? And my oldest son, Austin, said, I love the Capitol, and lowercase too. They are so sweet. But shortly after, we saw something unimaginable. A mob tearing down flags, assaulting police officers. That night, I walked into the rotunda. The floor was covered in broken glass and garbage, strewn with the chaos unleashed by Donald Trump. And I thought to myself, how did it get this bad? So I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed a trash bag and started cleaning up. What I learned on January 6th is that all of us are caretakers for our great republic. We can heal this country, but only if we try. Many of you are doing your part through your voices and your votes. Always remember, this chaos that we see, it doesn't have to be this way. As a father, I refuse to believe that our kids are doomed to grow up in a broken America. There is a hunger right now in this country for a new generation of leadership to step up. Let's choose Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's do this for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you.
Please welcome Olivia Juliana.
from a proud Texas Democrat. This November, I'll cast my first vote in a presidential election ever. The fact is, our right to vote is under attack. I've seen it. Long wait lines. People blocked from registering to vote. Texans denied our voice. Donald Trump's Republicans are making it harder for us to vote, but we won't let them get away with it. And Kamala Harris won't let them get away with it either. She's fought for our freedoms. She's fought for our voice, but we will only be heard if we vote. As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So Gen Z, let's take our seat in our democracy and cast our ballots this November for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, American icon Stevie Wonder.
I just want to say, I love you. I love you. And every song that I've sang, every song that I've written, it's because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts, win the disenchanted, win the angry spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. It is time to get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear, clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clearer than anyone else is saying. You feel me? We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger, and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach your higher ground? Are you ready to reach our higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Mowski, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, we need everybody. Clap your hands like this. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, you're gonna have to get louder than that.
I want y'all to sing with me. Come on. People. People.
You sing.
Keep on man. Soldiers. Y'all say keep on going. Yeah. Whoa. Keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. Are y'all with me? Keep on lying. For your people. Keep on dying. Whoa. Keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. Oh, yeah. Sometimes when let me try it again. The last time I never hold. So when I know my enemy, gonna keep on sweating till I meet my lighthouse. Till I meet my lighthouse. Oh no, no one's gonna make me out. Till I meet my highest ground.
Somebody scream.
Stevie Wonder making the magic come alive here at the United Center at the Democratic National Convention. Such a great reception from the crowd, James.
Star-studded.
Yeah.
It's and you know, he even made a shout out to Spike Lee, who's in the crowd again tonight, and gave his speech. And you know, he had a few applause lines even before he started performing that music.
Yeah, you know, I was just thinking, if you've ever been a campaign reporter, it's not a campaign unless there's a playlist with Stevie Wonder on it. If you've ever gone to any of the
Never in the flesh.
right, right. So this was live and in color, but yeah, energized the crowd.
All right, well, we are building up to Governor Tim Walz later on tonight, but before that, former President Bill Clinton will be on this stage, his 12th convention speech, James.
It's amazing. You know, 1988, he was the keynote speaker, which was also the same slot that Barack Obama had in 2004. But he talked for so long. He talked for like 35 minutes. And the biggest applause line that night was when he said, "in conclusion," and the crowd went wild and everyone was cheering and laughing. And so in 1992, he came back, you know, as the nominee and opened with a joke. I'm going to keep it shorter this time, he said. But it is a remarkable trajectory for him from being, you know, the youngest governor in the country after he was elected in 1978 to in 1980 being the youngest former governor when he lost, and then becoming the Democratic president.
So before we get to that, though, we're going to see Project 2025 Hollywood Squares. You'll just have to keep watching to figure out what in the world that means. But there really is an attempt tonight to inject a sense of celebrity, performance, celebration, but also fun, especially as they try to go after Republicans for being weird and dangerous. Weird being Tim Walz's words, and dangerous being what people like Olivia Troy have said. Let's go back to the floor now.
All right. What's up, DNC? Y'all remember this big old book from before? When Colorado Governor Jared Polis ripped a page out of it? This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. It is a, boo. It is a real document that you can read for yourself at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time? Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right? Well, these are the terms and conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look. All right, do we got Matt here with us tonight? Is Matt here? Hey, there he is. Matt, how are you, sir? All right, Matt. Now, Matt, I understand that you work as an AV tech in Nevada, and you make a decent hourly wage, is that right? Oh, I don't know if we can hear Matt. Can we hear Matt? So who's gonna fix it? Keep speaking, Matt, till we can hear you. Okay, that's good. I guess we're gonna move on from Matt. And this is Becky. Becky, can we hear you?
Hi, Keenan. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, good. Now, Becky, you're married, correct?
I am. Me and my wife have been together for about 8 years.
Oh, that's amazing. Very, very cute.
Thanks.
But I have got some bad news for you.
I hate that.
On page 584, Project 2025 calls for the elimination of protections for LGBTQ plus Americans. So yeah, right back to the Stone Age. I'm afraid so.
Right back to the Stone Age. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Becky, for being here and making that wonderful point. All right, next up, we have Nirvana. Nirvana, are you with us? And your people are with us as well? All right, good. Now, Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, I only pay $35 a month for my insulin.
That is great. That is great. But on page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, unfortunately, it does make sense. All right, let's talk to Anita. Anita, are you there? Yes. Hello, Anita.
Hello.
And Anita, what do you do for a living?
I'm an OBGYN who delivers babies and does surgery.
An OBGYN? She is an OBGYN that delivers babies. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, yeah. It's bad news, isn't it?
It sure is. On page 459, Project 2025 resurrects a law from the 1800s called the Comstock Act to ban abortion nationwide and throw healthcare providers in jail.
Oh my God, that is awful.
Yes, it is awful. All right, let's do one more. Is Sharia with us? Sharia, are you there?
Hey, Keenan, I'm here.
Yes, Sharia, I love it. All right, let's talk to you. I understand that you work for the federal government?
Yes, sir. I'm in the United States Department of Education. I'm a proud civil servant and a proud union president.
She works for the Department of Education, and she's a proud civil servant. Well, unfortunately for you, on page 78, Project 2025 calls for President Trump to purge the civil service of everyone who isn't a MAGA loyalist. Are you a MAGA loyalist?
Now, Keenan, absolutely not.
I'm just asking. I mean, you might as well be, because also page 319 calls for the complete elimination of the Department of Education. There's a bunch of stuff in here, but that's all we have time for at the moment. Just remember, everything that we just talked about is very real. It is in this book. You can read it online at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. And most importantly, you can stop it from ever happening by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Please welcome award-winning producer and writer, Mindy Kaling.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the third night of the Democratic National Convention. My name is Mindy Kaling. Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I am an incredibly famous Gen Z actress who you might recognize from The Office. Thank you, The Mindy Project. Or as the woman who courageously outed Kamala Harris as Indian in an Instagram cooking video. Yes, you're welcome. I am so proud to be here supporting my friend. But the real reason I am here is that deep down, I truly believe that as a woman of color and as a single mother of 3, it is incredibly important that I be appointed ambassador to Italy. That's how this works, right? That's like why I'm here. I've never been, I'm dying to go. And guys, I just really need a break. I know it's not the priority tonight, but just think about it. I am actually here because I have known the Vice President for a long time, and I want to tell you a story about one of the first times I ever met her. She wasn't Madam Vice President then. She was my senator, and we were filming a video where she came to my home to cook dosas, a South Indian dish. Yes. It's not every day that a senator comes over, and I was pretty nervous. But when she arrived, we immediately hit it off. We talked about the love we have for our moms, who had both passed away from cancer. Both of our mothers were immigrants from India who came to America and committed their lives to serving others. My mother, Swati, became an OBGYN. Thank you. Kamala's mother, Shaimala, became a scientist with a PhD who dedicated her life to trying to find a cure for cancer. And after speaking to Kamala, it was clear to me that Shaimala had passed down the same optimism and fearlessness to her daughter. But the thing I remember the most about the Vice President is that Kamala Harris can cook. Guys, she was so much better than me. But she also knew that my family was watching. So as she gently corrected my sloppy dosa making, she was complimenting me every step of the way, making sure that my daughter Kit heard how good of a cook I am. She had no desire to be seen as better than anyone else. She just wanted my kid to be impressed with her mom. And when she finally bit into my dosa, she looked at me and said, really good, and then never took another bite again. Yes, but it is that warmth, that generosity of spirit that I know she will bring to the White House as our next president. Kamala Harris cares deeply about other people. She will fight to protect our freedoms because those are the values that her mother passed down to her. But in order to protect those freedoms, Democrats also need to win the House. So we have a lot to do, and please welcome to the stage your next Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries.
Good evening, Democrats. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America. In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high-quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind
of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that, we're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, 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 let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms, the scripture tells us that weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again until joy, joy, joy comes in the morning. Now there's only 76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th President of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries just getting an electric reaction from the crowd here. JM, this is the man who would love to become Speaker of the House in the next Congress. Talk to us about the realities he faces in governing.
It reminded me of the speech that Jeffries gave when Kevin McCarthy was sworn in as Speaker for a brief period there in 2023. The Jeffries speech at that time, in some ways, very much overshadowed the speech that McCarthy then gave as House Speaker. There you see Jeffries just riling up the crowd. You guys are in the arena there. But this seems to connect with there's a theme here too, which is Democrats almost see this as a final push to kind of oust Trump once and for all from American politics if they can win this election. We heard Keith Ellison talk about that earlier. We'd heard some of the Republican speakers tonight talk about that, and Hakeem Jeffries referred to it just now in his speech.
And from here, Rhonda, we pivot to Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and still so much more yet to come tonight.
Yeah, a lot of big names, you know. You think it's toward the end of the night, and then you realize you still have some of the central key figures here. But to talk about what JM just pointed out, that was a speech that was very reminiscent of when a lot of the nation met Hakeem Jeffries, and it was in the early morning of a Saturday when the Republicans finally had enough votes to make Kevin McCarthy their speaker at the time. Jeffries gave his acceptance speech as minority leader, and a lot of people were talking about it the next day. So you see, even from the applause from the crowd, that he might be a growing national figure for Democrats.
And from here, we go to Bill Clinton, who has an important message to share, James.
He's going to be tough on Trump. I am told that he threw out the speech that had been written on Monday after watching the energy and watching the vibe. He's going to take some whacks at Trump, but he's also going to kind of play into the joy. This is a big comeback for Bill Clinton, who was sort of sidelined during the Me Too era, but a lot of Democrats want him on the campaign trail this fall.
All right, let's hear from former President Bill Clinton at his 12th convention. You can hear his song warming up right now.
Don't stop thinking about tomorrow.
You're going to hear a lot of that around Bill Clinton time here.
After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage, and I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, "How can I help you?" Now she's at the pinnacle of power, and she's still asking, "How can I help you?" I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder, but Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself. Right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. That we've got a championship-winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit, and are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. And she's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. He says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent, implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
There's the Fleetwood Mac song that we all associate with Bill Clinton. The former president was supposed to give a 12-minute speech. It went more than double that, which is not really a surprise given his propensity. But what did you make of the content of it, James?
You know, he's an elder statesman. He noted he turned 78, but he's still younger than Donald Trump. And then at the end, you heard him say, I don't know how many more of these I'm going to be able to go to. And it is a remarkable generational change. And I think that will be a memorable speech. He clearly loves the title of explainer-in-chief, which is what Obama called him in 2012. You heard him refer to that.
Rhonda, we now go to Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So let's talk about these elder statesmen and their role in the party.
Well, I think Clinton and Pelosi share different roles in the party right now. I do think it may not have been a lot about the words Clinton said, but almost just that snapshot of nostalgia for a lot of people. He does represent a presidency that followed the norms that we associated with the presidency. There are many problems, of course, in every administration. But, you know, people do look at him as that elder statesman. So it was a nostalgic look at a former administration. In terms of Nancy Pelosi, she needs no introduction right now. I think one role everyone has been talking about recently is that she strategized and sort of worked around trying to push President Biden to not seek re-election.
She is still very much at the center of the power of the Democratic Party.
Exactly. Just watching her on the Hill, I refer to her as someone who is like a de facto, leader in the party during the Trump years, during the time when Democrats just did not know or how to strategize around it.
Let's go listen to former Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe. And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did. And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
Please welcome Alexander Hudlin, Jasper Emhoff, and Arden Emhoff.
Kamala Harris is our auntie.
She'll be a president who cares for all of us.
She'll lift us up. In 2016, we celebrated Auntie's Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9, but I knew enough to be concerned. Auntie said, "Do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too."
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie, but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal, to exchanging stories and jokes. Auntie taught me about being present in what's important, and I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. And as you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
Please welcome nominee for U.S.
Our colleague Jorge Ribas is in the convention hall floor tonight. Jorge, tell us about who you're with.
Yeah, Libby, I'm with a couple members of the New York delegation, and I just wanted to ask you all just how you think the night's gone and how important really is it to hear from some of the statesmen, elder statesmen of the Democratic Party. We just heard from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and before that, former President Bill Clinton.
I think that they are, the surrogates for this race. It's very important to have other elected leaders from other states also expressing their support for Kamala and their support for the ticket. We have a lot of work to do. And I think last night they reminded us, the Obamas reminded us that we can't take this moment for granted. There's a lot of energy around this ticket, but we have a lot of work to do. And it happens in battleground states. It's going to happen in blue states like New York. We're going to be working hard to make sure that Kamala is our next president.
Yeah, that's a good point. And so do you think that these speeches, these speakers are getting across? Because, right, there's a lot of energy in this room, obviously. But there's people all around the country that are just starting to maybe tune into the election. Do you think they're getting the point across to those undecided voters or voters that are just not ready to hear all this or just kind of starting to pay attention?
I think the main part of that is not only that we're showing a unified front and unification of what it is to be a Democrat running under the Democratic ticket, it's also about all the individual testimonies that we're hearing from everyday people with their lived experience about how the past 4 years of Biden really solidified them, gave them a great foundation, and really what they remember under 4 years of Trump and how that completely derailed some of their lives and their priorities and their value sets. And I think that is the messages that we are getting across here as a unified Democratic Party to ensure that voters know that we have their backs and we're looking out for them.
Thank you so much for speaking with me. I appreciate it. Libby, back to you upstairs in the studio.
Thanks so much, Jorge. It's always so interesting to hear what the feeling is like, the energy is like on the convention floor from people who are seeing it all in person, James.
It really is. You can hear the chants. This is actually a less chant-happy crowd than the Republicans in Milwaukee. I feel like this is an applauding crowd, but there's a lot of chanting. But it is good to know what's on people's minds, especially because there is this sort of mishmash of themes. It's not like all Republicans who are voting for Biden or all about foreign policy. It really is it feels like it's jumping around a fair amount. They're trying to give a little something for everyone. So it's good to know what the delegates care about.
They have a message. We saw the elder statesmen of the party. Then we saw these young, Gen Zers out there calling Kamala Harris a baller. And the Democrats are trying very hard to reach out to young voters, Rhonda.
Yeah, young voters are going to be a very part of the electorate that they will need to win. And that's always been the case, right? But it's always a turnout game with younger voters.
And they really were not activated with President Biden at the top of the ticket.
They weren't. And usually if you look at electoral patterns, there's usually an issue that might get them more excited about it. I know I did some reporting on younger voters during COVID, and they were really concerned about governing at that time. They were concerned about their rights. They were concerned about student loans. But sometimes when they're not hearing effective messages, they might stay at home. I actually talked to the youngest DNC member on Monday. She's in the South Carolina delegation. She's only 17. She said she'll be 18 in time for the election to vote. And she was talking about how there is a high school caucus, that they are meeting up here. And she said a lot of her peers are interested in this ticket now, and she thinks it's because the Democrats have more of an effective message and more of effective messengers to get to them. Earlier today, I spoke with a voter who is a part of our undecided coverage for the Washington Post. That's a group of voters who are going to decide the election, more or less. They live in those key states like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. There are also people that don't have an established voting record, so we just don't know which way they might go. One of them told me today, he's a voter in Pennsylvania, and I asked him, how are you feeling about what you're seeing out of the DNC? He said he's not watching it word for word, but he said he was totally electrified by Michelle Obama last night, and that was really the only thing he watched. And he said right now he's behind Harris. Now, when I talked to him in June, the first thing when I said, tell me how you're feeling about the election, he said, I feel anxious. These voters did not know what to do. So if the Democrats are able to effectively keep up this messaging, it's going to reach those important voters in those states.
All right, let's head back to the convention floor.
Attorney General of the United States and the Vice President's brother-in-law, Tony West.
"35 years ago, in my first week at law school, I met a new classmate, Maya Harris. We became best friends, but the way Kamala tells the story, we'd already fallen in love by graduation day. And when Maya and I married, I not only gained a life partner I love, a daughter I adore, and a mother-in-law I revered, someone I affectionately called Mother Harris, I also gained a sister I cherish, Kamala. Now, Maya, Kamala, and I each pursued different legal careers, but we were motivated by the same values: a belief in equal opportunity, a yearning for fairness, a passion for justice. Values Mother Harris taught those two little girls, values that powered Kamala's public service from the very beginning. One of Kamala's very first cases in the district attorney's office, it involved a woman, an innocent woman, wrongfully arrested in a police raid. It was a Friday afternoon, and the courthouse was shutting down for the weekend. And look, most prosecutors, they would have gone home and dealt with the matter the following Monday. But not Kamala. You see, my sister-in-law knew that if the judge didn't see this woman that afternoon, she'd spend the entire weekend in jail. And Kamala, she wondered, does this woman work weekends? Would she lose her job? Does she have young kids at home? Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return to the bench and to hear the matter. And the judge agreed. And within minutes, that woman was released back to her family that night. Now, it may seem small, but that's what it means to stand up for justice. That's what it means to stand for the people. And as Kamala says, when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And look, believe me when I tell you, as a sister, a daughter, an auntie, and a mother, I've seen Kamala fight for her family. As district attorney, attorney general, U.S. Senator, and Vice President of the United States, I have watched her fight in the halls of power for those who have no voice there. And as president, I know she'll fight for you. She'll fight for all of us. Because, friends, when Kamala fights, we win. Thank you. God bless you.
This is part of that moment of giving testimonials, trying to put some humanity on the candidates. We're certainly seeing a lot of that this week as Democrats try to show Americans just who and what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are, Rhonda.
Yeah, that's true. That's all a part of this. And, you know, especially with Walz, a lot of people need to get to know him. They didn't know him by name recognition when he was picked. A lot of Americans didn't. And so there is some room to introduce him to the country. And you're right. This is what conventions really are. Right? That's, you know, part of the reason it's the end of the week that it culminates into this nomination moment. And we have heard a lot of biographical information about Harris. We've heard from her husband yesterday. We just heard from nieces and nephews. It's all about painting this picture of who this person is behind closed doors, not about the policy, not about all of that stuff, but humanizing her to the rest of the country.
It's so interesting to contrast the choices that Republicans made. We did not hear from Melania Trump at the Republican convention, which is really quite shocking when you think of it. She's a former first lady. Her husband's trying to become president again. We saw some family member representation on the stage at the RNC. We saw a Trump granddaughter. James, why didn't Republicans try to soften Trump with more family? They had a lot of women who had worked for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a night where Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kellyanne Conway all talked about how great he was as a boss to women. But it really was, in many ways, picking J.D. Vance, a lot of the speakers like Hulk Hogan, Dana White, it was doubling down. It almost felt like they were trying to appeal to men, and they weren't really trying. At that point, he was so confident. He was looking tough with his bandage after being shot at just the weekend before the convention. And here, I think everyone knows what they think about Donald Trump. You either love Trump or hate Trump. He's very polarizing. He's divisive. With Kamala Harris, she's sort of famous, but she's not really known. And people maybe have a caricature of her. They remember maybe the congressional hearings when she was in the Senate. You know, they know.
And she was the one who was really going after Trump's nominees. Yeah,
but I don't think that they have a sense of who she really is.
Right. I mean, you have to really remember her ascension has happened fairly quickly from a local politician in California to now being the nominee for a major party.
She came into the Senate as Donald Trump.
Exactly.
The White House.
She came in for her term at the same time he was inaugurated, and most of the work of the Senate at that time, they really were doing things to counter things that Trump was doing. You know, part of the Senate trial for his first impeachment took weeks. So that ate up a lot of work, you know, and also confirming some of his officials as well. So there wasn't a long track record of legislative achievements that she can point to in that arena. And you can also ask some of her colleagues on the Hill. Many kind of felt that she was there just to kind of get her footing in Washington and then move on to, you know, greener pastures or higher ambitions. They felt that from her, that she was already a star on the rise at that time. And, you know, now she's only had the 4 years as vice president. It's been a tumultuous time, so there wasn't a lot of time to build a record that way either. So that's the other part of her, is by humanizing her and talking about her as a person, that is also introducing her to the rest of the country who may have only heard about her from the other side's ads and the narratives they want to project.
Yeah, you know, I think that it's true. She doesn't have a lot of solo accomplishments as vice president. I think in 2019, when she was running for president, she was not eager to highlight her time as DA or as Attorney General because, you know, it was the Black Lives Matter era. Now they're a lot more eager to do that and highlight those parts of her record, although we really haven't heard all that much about her time in California, perhaps because they don't want her to be caricatured as a California liberal.
Right. So coming up yet tonight, we have Governor Shapiro. When we talked earlier to the governor of Kansas, who's the head of the Democratic Governors Association, and she has a bench. I mean, they have a bench of Democrats in Pritzker and Shapiro who are eager to make a mark in national politics. So we'll hear from one of those rising stars in the party tonight. We'll also hear from Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary. We will also hear from Tim Walz, who is the man who Americans are eager to learn more about as Democrats hope to see him as vice president. What are these people doing so deep into these nights, James? Why put Pete Buttigieg up here? Why have Governor Shapiro up here?
I think that they are trying to be attack dogs. I think Pete Buttigieg is, you know, he's one of the left's most effective messengers on Fox News. He's constantly going out there and defending Democrats, and I think it can make a very strong case against Trump. Buttigieg, particularly because he's part of the Biden administration, can talk about their accomplishments on infrastructure. Pennsylvania is the most important state. Whenever you game out the path to 270 for Kamala Harris, she cannot win without Pennsylvania. There's really not a path. And Josh Shapiro was, I guess, really the runner-up to be her running mate. She went with Tim Walz. She felt more comfortable with him, saw him as a kind of a better governing partner. And so, you want to appeal to a state where the sitting governor has an approval rating that's over 60%. And that's what Shapiro is going to do, is try to speak to his base.
Another emerging Democratic star who is a governor is the governor of Maryland, who we will also be hearing from tonight. Rhonda, talk to us about Wes Moore.
Yeah, Wes Moore sort of came out of nowhere, and that might have helped the Democratic Party win the governorship in Maryland after Larry Hogan. He did not have a lengthy career in politics. He had a military background. He's been fairly popular at this point. He's young, has a young family. A lot of this is also about optics. It is interesting when you hear all of these speakers come to the stage, and yes, they're going to be talking about Harris and Walz and how wonderful they are.
And how bad Donald Trump is, right?
But in all of that is also interjecting about their experiences and making sure that they are shining so that they have another run at this, possibly for, higher office themselves. So it's always a mix for them to, be here for the moment, but also say, hey, here, my name is so-and-so and here's what I'm doing.
This is a cattle call for the 2028 or 2032 Democratic nomination for president, no doubt. And Shapiro, Buttigieg, Whitmer, Moore, all would love to see themselves as the Democratic nominee in the future.
Well, we'll be hearing more from some of those rising stars in the Democratic Party tonight. We're also going to hear from Amanda Gorman, the poet who shared a poem at President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris's inauguration at a time, and it's so hard to even almost put ourselves back in that mindset at a time where the nation was still torn by the pandemic, still dealing with everything else related to that time. So we'll hear her speak, and we'll also hear John Legend perform. Let's go hear Governor Shapiro now.
Thank you. 2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is. Real freedom that comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around three basic American principles. We value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, we love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
Please welcome author, activist, and youngest presidential inaugural poet in American history, Amanda Gorman.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, won from battles won, our freedoms sung, our kingdom come has just begun. We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream, let us be worthy of it. Thank you.
There's a word I heard. The word is called freedom. Can you tell me what it means?
Interesting. Let me think about that for a second.
The spirit of freedom.
For me? Oh, yeah.
Freedom, to me, means choice.
The ability to laugh with friends.
Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go.
Living your life day to day. Having new chapters in that life.
I believe in having your own words and being able to do what you want to.
The freedom to raise our family in healthy communities.
The idea that I can turn to my partner, my husband, and say I love you with every being of my soul.
Being able to start a family when I want to, being able to, support the missions that I want to go to the church that I want to.
Not everyone has the same opportunities, but the United States is, of anywhere I've ever been, just one place where you can accomplish more.
The big, fantastic thing about America is that it is the land of opportunity. I know it sounds trite, but it's the truth.
I grew up with a single mom, and she really imbued in me these qualities that you just really have to care about your neighbors and your family and your friends.
I feel like the American dream is having opportunities, having opportunity to go to college if you want to, having opportunity to get any job you can, no matter who you are or where you come from.
The American dream is about having the ability to make choices about your medical care and do whatever you want to do with your life without anybody telling you if it's good enough.
We are in an incredible moment in history. We've seen women stripped of their most fundamental right to autonomy over their bodies.
The freedom to make choices about your body, your life, your career should be entirely in your control.
But I have found that good people want to do good things.
That you find a way to move forward under ugly and scary circumstances.
The work that lies ahead is to make America live up to its highest ideals. And, we're proud to go to work.
The work to build a better future really depends on all of us coming together.
We have to bring back that respect for everyone.
I don't think we're as divided as we seem.
Let's come together as one big nation.
I feel like we are on the verge of something very amazing in this country.
It makes me want to fight for our children and future generations to ensure they have just as many, if not more, freedoms than we had.
I believe in a future where my mom can feel safe no matter where she is in the country.
A future that is filled with a healthy and vibrant planet, where families are not separated by fences or jail bars.
A future in which we all get what we need.
I want to see that for people who are younger than me.
Hopefully the kids I teach can chase their dreams and believe in what they want to be.
I want a future for him that he knows that he's covered and protected.
Everyone should think about what we can leave to the next generation. It's our responsibility. It's what we have to do.
My name's Tyler.
My name's Yvette.
And we believe in love.
I'm Alex.
I'm Kiara.
My name is Steven. My name is Charlie. I'm a proud 7th generation Texan.
I am from Waterford, Michigan, just north of Detroit.
I'm from East Tennessee.
And we believe in the American dream.
We believe in a better world for our child, and we believe in this country.
My name is Karen, and I believe in justice.
My name is Nancy.
My name is Thoreau.
My name is Jennings.
My name is Dana.
My name is Todd.
And we believe in freedom.
My name is Gina, and I believe in freedom.
My name is Pat, and I believe in the freedom to work together.
Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous. and assault rifles are safe. That there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No, we just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady, well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans, not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States. You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, America.
Here's what I want people to know about Tim Walz. Well, everybody
that signature Oprah voice, and she was the surprise guest that the DNC had planned for tonight. Well, joining us now is Mariana Sotomayor, congressional reporter covering the House. So let's go into the Wayback Machine and talk about Nancy Pelosi, who spoke just a few minutes ago. It was a very short speech. What is her relationship like with Kamala Harris?
You know, they are from very different generations, and if there's one thing to know about California politics is that it's always very intense, and then you add the San Francisco politics, and it's a whole different story. And, you know, Pelosi has not always necessarily backed Harris when she was rising in her career in San Francisco politics. She actually ended up endorsing her opponents simply because Pelosi has always chosen her people. And that was a little bit part of her speech, and something that she's been saying this week is that Harris herself has proven that she is strategic, that she is able to, as she said earlier in the week, just grab the torch and run with it. She's able to break through. And that has commanded a lot of respect from Pelosi.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mariana. We're going to head back to the stage. We're seeing a lot of these new talents of the Democratic Party. This is Governor Wes Moore of Maryland. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Thank you. Thank you. On March 26th, at 1:30 in the morning, a container ship the length of 3 football fields slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history isn't perfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrist at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake-up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days in a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake-up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Please welcome former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next President and Vice President of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either, but let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness. I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
Seeing Governor Walz going to Congress and then becoming governor, I see the guy that was a first sergeant. I see a guy that's full of energy, always busy. And like he says, you get enough time to sleep when you're dead.
I first met Governor Walz and Congressman Walz when I was transitioning out of the Marine Corps, going back to school. He really wanted to know what the experience was of those that were actually using the GI Bill and how it could be improved. It seemed to be a continuation of focus on improving the lives of veterans.
Governor Walz in our unit always would say his catchphrase was, "We'll get it done." And we always did.
The way I've seen him carry himself over the years in Congress and the way he works for veterans, there's no excuse making, there's no scapegoating, it's just accomplish the mission.
Governor Walz has been that way and always will be that way.
Having Governor Walz on the House Veteran Affairs Committee was instrumental in getting the post-9/11 GI Bill not only introduced, but also passed.
When Governor Walz wants change, it'll happen. Back to the Guard. We'll get it done.
Please welcome EGOT-winning multi-platinum artist and activist, John Legend, and Queen of Percussion, Sheila E.
After tonight. It's like never been more clear that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are elected this November, they're going to protect our freedoms. The freedom to read whatever books you want. The freedom to work one job and afford your rent. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect your freedom to start a family on your own terms. And if you ask me, that is something worth fighting for. So guys, let's do it. It's time. Let's nominate the next Vice President of the United States, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. And to take us there, please welcome to the stage, Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Was a warm-up act. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid. So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance. What you've done with your life matters, and what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history. A Democrat from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah! You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
Out here in the wide open spaces, we are reminded of the values we share: a commitment to community, country, and standing up for what's right. Tim Walz grew up in a small town in Nebraska where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to Command Sergeant Major. Tim went to college on the GI Bill and became a social studies teacher. That's where Tim and I met. We shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. His classroom was a lot louder than mine, but I could hear how engaged his students were. Tim taught for over 15 years, and he coached football, helping lead the team to a state championship after 0 wins just a few years before. Tim taught them how to believe in themselves and that we're all in this together. When one of our students started the school's Gay Straight Alliance, Tim agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then, Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota. Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans' benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with. That's why he fought for the largest tax cut in Minnesota state history.
But Tim Walz was there for small businesses like ours.
With the urging of Governor Walz, we were able to pass the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something. So he's fought for background checks and red flag laws. But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're gonna go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home on a farm, a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
2 middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War-era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone would ring, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class, they'll repeal the Affordable Care Act, they'll gut Social Security and Medicare, and they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress. Here's the thing, It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you, I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Governor Tim Walz and his family leaving the floor to Neil Young. Let's go right to Jorge Ribas, who's on the convention floor with a delegate. Jorge, what is it like for delegates right now?
Right. Well, it's extremely loud in here, Libby, as you can imagine. I'm here with Bob Marshall. Bob is a Colorado delegate, and you're a state representative, correct?
That's right.
Bob, tell me, okay, so first I noticed you're wearing the American flag shirt. There's been a lot of USA signs, a lot of patriotism here on display. I mean, you have Neil Young playing in the background. You had, the governor's football team come out. Tell me what it means for you. You are a former Republican. Now, talk to me about that expressiveness of patriotism at an event like this.
Well, it's fantastic because, it's a lot of Americans, not just Democrats. As you saw, Lieutenant Governor Jeffrey Duncan from Georgia made a good case. And as you probably heard, the very, very prominent Judge Ludwig wrote that incredible op-ed with regards to how important this election is basically to save what America's about. Democrats often can be very critical of America because they want it to be much better than it is and keep its promises that it was originally intended for. But when you're actually looking at possibly losing the greatest country in the world, yeah, that galvanizes people.
And you were a registered Republican. You said you switched parties. Tell me a little bit about, we don't have to go into great detail, but what made you kind of think about switching? Why did you switch?
I didn't hear the last part.
I'm sorry. Why did you ultimately decide to switch parties? I mean, you had been a Republican.
Yeah, it was a long process. As I mentioned, when Mr. Trump, I was in the Marine Corps forever, and I was actually in the Marine Corps when President Trump, then candidate Trump, attacked Captain Khan's mother. And that was just too far for me. I could never support someone who wanted to be the commander-in-chief when attacked the mother of a dead soldier, even when the mother of that dead soldier said nothing against him. I'd hoped the Republican Party would come back to its senses, but one by one, they all started bending their knee to Mr. Trump. Finally left the party in December 2017 when they kept supporting Roy Moore for the Senate. I was unaffiliated for 4 years, but then I started doing a lot of local work in the county that I live in, which is very ultra-red, totally run by all the Republicans. So when I was doing a lot of good government work and uncovering a lot of shady stuff going on, it got the attention of the Democrats. The first time the Republicans there were being held accountable, and they asked if I'd join. I was doing a lot of work for Biden at the time.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to me. I really appreciate it, Bob. Libby, we're going to go back to you in the studio. I think it's probably a little quiet up there, maybe.
All right, thank you so much, Jorge. All right, well, Tim Walz's speech was under 20 minutes, shorter than Bill Clinton's speech. James, you have covered him for a long time since he first ran for the House. Yeah. How did he do tonight?
He did great. He introduced himself to an audience that had never seen him before, and he emphasized what Democratic pollsters were telling me he needed to do, which was talk about his record in the House, his record as a teacher, as a coach, in his family with fertility treatments. There was not much, if anything, on his accomplishments as governor. I mean, you heard Amy Klobuchar, she was nominating him, talk about cutting taxes, but he has had huge liberal achievements, especially last year after he got a Democratic trifecta in St. Paul, and they passed a huge wish list of priorities. That was what made him the progressive favorite to be Harris's VP. But at this point, they're trying to win an election. So you heard more of the Congressman Walz than Governor Walz.
Rhonda.
I would agree with that because I actually wrote that point down. It was light on policy and the record of, his current time as governor. And he did have a really active state legislature, more so than most other states. So that would have been an opportunity. But when he did talk about policy, he talked about things that people could probably understand quickly. I noticed he did talk about the free breakfast and lunch program. That's something that, is a kitchen table issue for a lot of Americans. So it did seem like that was very strategic, that they were just going to talk about things that people could quickly grasp. But, again, this was about introducing to him, giving him a solo spotlight for the night to tell the American people who he is. I'm always struck by the families, though. You can often tell by their body language that this may not have been on the family calendar 2 months ago. It reminded me almost of, think about Sarah Palin and, when her family was introduced on stage. So that's a component of this as well. As a family, they're trying to get used to this heavy spotlight.
There are children who grow up in political families. When they were doing the roll call of states the other day, Andy Beshear's family, the governor of Kentucky, was there next to him. And those are kids who have grown up. They're young children, but they've grown up in the spotlight in a very political family for more generations than even their father. And they all had that kind of classic political family look. This is a family that, even though their father, for these kids, has been in Congress and now in the governor's office in Minnesota, this is a totally different level of being thrust onto the national stage. But part of what we're seeing, James, is this authenticity that we've been talking about.
Very normal, right? I mean, they came
across. And they want that. They're leaning into that.
They are, and having the former members of the football team.
In their old
jerseys, some of them not fitting as well as they used to. My high school jersey wouldn't fit, that well either. It's very humanizing. It is about authenticity. You heard Tim Walz play the role that a VP candidate typically plays, which is attack dog. He also, drew the contrast not just with Donald Trump, but also with J.D. Vance. Saying, no one in the town of Butte, Nebraska, that I grew up in, went to Yale. Kind of trying to shadow box a little bit, and it'll be interesting when those two debate in a few weeks.
Yeah, it really was a part of also bringing him into the spotlight as the common man. That is one of the things we know they wanted about him, is to kind of underscore the Midwestern vibes, the Midwestern dad. We talked about how, I think it was Amy Klobuchar, talked about his viral video of changing a car headlight. So that was something that they wanted to certainly amplify to this crowd. And it seemed like it really energized the crowd when he did hit those themes about his Midwestern background. That could likely help, as we've talked about with Vance, that could help with that blue wall strategy to attract voters to this ticket who can perhaps, who his speech resonated with.
Who are hard wins for Tim Walz? Who does he really want to get that is challenging?
It's about margins. right? No one thinks that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to win in rural America. It has moved very solidly Republican, and it didn't used to be, the base of the Democratic Party in Minnesota used to be like laborers in the Iron Range up north who went out, and got the ore. But if you lose 70-30, it's really hard to win a state like Wisconsin in rural areas. If you lose 60-40 or 55-45, you can really win. And so it's about reassuring some of those people who honestly voted for Barack Obama twice and then voted for Donald Trump in 2016, maybe voted for Biden, maybe didn't vote in 2020. It's about getting enough of those off. The people who, he was winning. Donald Trump won his congressional district in 2016 by 17 points.
Tim Walz's.
And he won re-election by just 1 point. But that means that, he was convincing a bunch of people, a big swath of the electorate who voted for Donald Trump to also vote for him. It's reaching those people, and it's sort of passing a threshold test. Even Tim Walz talking about, thank God for Social Security disability benefits after my dad died, because that helped my mom. That's reaching those kinds of seniors in rural America that Democrats need.
Well, our colleague video journalist Joe Snell has been speaking to Arab Americans in Chicago's Little Palestine. And Joe, I'm eager to hear from you what their early impressions are of Tim Walz's nomination here to the Democratic ticket.
Yeah, for voters in this community I've been speaking with, this is the moment they've been waiting for. It was their first real introduction to Tim Walz as VP. They'd heard about him as coach and as a close family man, but they wanted to get a better sense of where he stood on bigger issues. I spoke with one voter who said she appreciated how Walz has talked about how his party needs to do a better job of listening to its voters. She said she was optimistic that Walz is the addition on the ticket, and she's hopeful, but we'll have to wait and see.
Joe, we've heard that uncommitted delegates, this group of delegates who are truly uncommitted, they're not for Kamala Harris, are sitting outside this evening, outside of the convention hall in protest. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, we learned that the DNC has decided not to allow a Palestinian American to speak at this week's convention. It was a blow to the uncommitted movement. Its leaders had been meeting with Harris and top Democrats for weeks to try to include a speaker here. Dozens of representatives of the movement met outside of the hall just minutes ago to voice their dissatisfaction. And they said they're going to sit there now in arms linked and not move until the convention allows their speaker here.
All right. Thank you so much, Joe. So this was a real question mark of just how far the Harris-Walz team and the DNC would move towards the group of uncommitted delegates, James and Rhonda. And they got some meetings. They got time here. Let's talk about what they did get. They did get space in the hall. They were able to bring in some more staff and a support team. They were able to hold a press conference internally within the walls of the convention. But they're not getting, as Joe told us, a representative on the stage to talk about the plight of the Palestinian people right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats are trying to keep them in the tent. They want them inside, not outside, on the other side of the barricades. But even on Monday night when President Biden was speaking and there was an interruption in the Florida delegation right behind us, they shut off the lights to that
section.
That part of the arena. They want to sidestep dissent. They want to project an image of a unified party. And clearly they're nervous about giving the spotlight to these uncommitted folks. And we've seen Harris sort of struggle with how to deal with it at her rallies. When she was campaigning in Michigan the week before last, she actually had met with a group of activists, and then members of that same group heckled her during her speech. And she said, if you want Donald Trump to win, then keep heckling. If you want to beat Donald Trump, then sit down. And that upset a bunch of people. And then the next day she was in Arizona with Tim Walz and got heckled again and took more of a conciliatory tone, sort of what Biden said on Monday, which is the protesters have a point. Let's hear them out. Again, bringing them in. But it shows the tension of, like, how do you deal with what is a large segment of the Democratic base? Not all of them are, going out and protesting, but a lot of Democrats are very skeptical of Israel and its war aims and what it's doing in Gaza. And so Harris is trying to not alienate them, certainly, but also not alienate the very strong pro-Israel constituency in the Democratic Party, which is also a major part of its fundraising base.
They're getting listening, Rhonda. They're getting listening is something that Kamala Harris and her team are willing to do, but the question is action. And where action or actual changes in policy or platform might be.
Right. And even the fact that people are talking about their actions when it is a small group by number, 30 uncommitted delegates versus, the thousands from other states. Not that the numbers minimize their efforts or their passions, but it does speak to the fact that they are a small group, but yet they are getting notice. And that may go far for their movement. I don't know if it's the same event that you were referring to, but I know Harris did begin before she said that, saying that, we live in a democracy and everybody is open to protest. So I think that also speaks to the fact that Democrats are trying to do this delicate dance of saying, yes, we are the party that wants you to voice your opinions if you have them. But then she did go on to say, if you are for Donald Trump, then vote for him. But, I'm speaking. I believe that was the same event. But it just shows you that this is going to continue to be a delicate dance for this party.
Well, before we look forward to what's coming up tomorrow, let's go to JM Rieger for what some of the highlights were tonight. JM, what stands out from you? What was successful programming through the box of this experience? And if you're hearing people chant downstairs, they're chanting Walz, Walz, Walz. It's a continued chant for Coach Walz down there. JM.
Well, Walz really did what he needed to do, right? I mean, he landed that speech. And, this night in a lot of ways yesterday was sort of the culmination of the torch passing, if you will. Tonight is the start of the future looking for the Harris-Walz ticket here. And it's notable because Harris is running sort of as a pseudo-incumbent here, but is simultaneously being viewed by a lot of the electorate as this kind of upstart change agent, essentially. And we heard a lot of talk about the future, a lot of talk about freedom, and a lot of talk about hope. These are all the components of that 2008 Obama coalition. And what Democrats are trying to do is reassemble that. And we heard that speaker after speaker after speaker tonight talk about that, hit on these themes of hope. We heard Oprah talk about that. We heard Keith Ellison earlier in the night talk about that. We heard Wes Moore, Pete Buttigieg talk about that. This was a theme. We've talked about how thematically there hasn't been as much consistency in terms of night by night. But overarching, there has been a thematic through line of this convention so far, which is positioning Harris as this future-looking change candidate focused on individual freedoms. That's how they want to frame this race, and Walz really kind of framed it that way tonight, and there was no other clearer indication of that than how he concluded his speech by saying, it's the fourth quarter, we're down 3, but we're on offense. Harris has been on offense so far in this campaign, and this is what they want to do in the final 75-day sprint here to November.
We're going to try to continue to find sports metaphors for you, JM. Wish you were here at the United Center with us to experience some of that history. Let's go to Rich Matthews, who's here in the United Center to talk more about what is on the agenda for tomorrow night, night 4 of the convention.
Libby, I'm only going to talk about one thing, the speech tomorrow night from Kamala Harris. Because of her lightning fast ascent to the top of this ticket, she isn't as well known as Donald Trump. Very few people are, to be fair, but she hasn't been running campaign ads for the past year and a half. She hasn't been out in the primaries because, of course, Joe Biden was the incumbent and the presumed nominee, and he was running essentially unopposed, no serious threat. So she hasn't been out campaigning in the same way that Donald Trump has. So when Harris takes the stage tomorrow night, aides say she's going to take that opportunity to introduce herself to America. She will talk about her middle-class upbringing, about working in McDonald's, and then she's going to try to connect that to her life today and her vision for America. She will talk about how that upbringing led her to become a firm but compassionate district attorney. And she'll talk about the cases that she prosecuted, not in detail, but the types of cases, the transnational drug rings that she prosecuted, sexual assault cases, and even fraud, like real estate foreclosure misconduct. We cannot overstate how critical this speech is, again, because of the abbreviated campaign for her. We are just 2.5 months away from Election Day, and obviously a lot of people vote before that. So this is really her first chance to command an entire speech across every single network in the country and streamed by millions more people. And Libby, again, I don't want to insult, but just to be fair, she is not known for being the best orator in the Democratic Party or in politics. So it is just a very critical night. The only other chance she's really going to have that's this big or even close to it will be the debates. There should be 2 of them. The first one scheduled for September 10th. Libby?
Thank you, Rich. The party is still going on the floor. And, you know, when you think about the states that have the most wild and crazy makeup of humanity, is Minnesota the one you think of? Because that is who's still partying down on the floor. They're chanting, they're rallying. Minnesota is so psyched to have Tim Walz as the VP nominee. Nebraska is also very excited and taking a lot of pride. But there was really this kind of charming moment there where Gwen Walz at the end looked out and was like, oh, they're Minnesota. Like, there they are. Like, you know, because you're sort of seeing that vantage point of the stage and seeing your home state. Now they're chanting Minnesota, so they're doing it all.
Yeah, it looks like everyone else has left, but they may be here
Minnesota
for a while.
is sticking
all night
around.
long.
They've had a good night, though. You know, they had the Prince segment
That's
as
true.
well.
That's right.
So State Pride there, Amy Klobuchar, and then Tim Walz. So, yeah, they may be here for a while.
Tim
What do
Walz
you
would be
think,
the
Tim?
third Minnesotan vice president in his lifetime. He was born in 1964. That year, Hubert Humphrey was the
Okay.
VP. And
as
then,
soon as you start to say Hubert Humphrey,
You're
we
gonna
wrap
join
it up. We wrap it up.
Walter Mondale.
delegation.
No, it's a very proud political tradition. It is funny because, you know, there was a lot of like Minnesota political stereotypes about like the casseroles and everything, and we're not all quite like that. You know, it's not all like the snowy winterland.
We can tell that some of you are wild,
Right,
and
exactly.
they're gonna have a late night
Yeah, Rhonda
tomorrow.
gets it.
Yeah.
So, final thoughts from you both as we good night this third night of the convention. James, Rhonda, let's start with Rhonda.
You know, tomorrow obviously will be important. It is when Kamala Harris is able to take the stage. I'll be listening out for any mentions of policy and if there's any rank in policy. I know she's talking a lot about housing right now, affordable housing policies, and, you know, the other things that are part of the platform. So I'm interested to hear about the policy she brings, if there's any, you know, night and day between, you know, what Biden has been talking about in this administration and what she wants to do. Is she going to be her own woman in this? And then, you know, looking at this crowd energy, I've actually been surprised because these are long days, but these delegates, if people aren't sensing that at home, these delegates are really amped up, and you wonder what that's going to do when they get on the road after they leave here.
Mm-hmm. Great point.
I think the speech that actually history might most remember from tonight is the Oprah speech. I really think that her message resonates so well with independents. And she even explicitly said, the undecideds, the independents, hear me out, listen to what I have to say, and made a really values-based case. And she worked in a lot of the, you know, the digs that the others, when they say sound more partisan, like the attacking J.D. Vance for talking about childless cat ladies. Oprah does it, and it seems very above the fray and non-political. And Oprah still has a massive following. So I think when you think about the impact of that speech, and if it, you know, goes viral, I think that could end up being hugely helpful for Kamala Harris.
All right. Well, we will see what pops tomorrow night. And as James, Rhonda, and I prepare to leave you here so James can go find out what the Minnesotans are doing and hopefully keep them out of trouble down there, we prepare to say good night to you. This is night 3 of the Democratic National Convention, officially in the books. Tomorrow they pivot to a theme of For Our Future and, of course, build up to Vice President Kamala Harris speaking before thousands of supporters here in the United Center and Americans outside these walls who are curious about what she would do as president and want to know more about who she is. Our team with the Washington Post will be broadcasting live, so do join us through the Washington Post website, app, or YouTube to catch all the action and coverage. I'm Libby Casey. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow from Chicago.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, The Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis, from landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 Election Night Special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.